Yeah, I'm always like, I never know what to say as like an intro because I always feel like that's kind of awkward when it's your first time, you know?
Don't die.
Fair.
You got
Well, you
this.
can either just, yeah, you can just go right into it if you want.
Okay, I fooled you guys because we are already recording. That's how I like to do it.
Well, welcome.
Exactly. That is the first impression anyone should get from me as a DM, that I am an asshole.
Unpredictable.
Yeah, okay, that is a more
Yep.
appropriate way to describe my DMing style.
And you
But-
love cliffhangers.
Oh,
And
yeah.
And I love being
Every
evil,
session.
which is why I have this dramatic lighting set up, just so everyone can be intimidated by me. Including the viewers. They should go to sleep at night with nightmares with this visage as they close their eyes.
Haunts
Okay.
my dreams sometimes.
I don't know if I should feel proud or bad about that, but I get it's a fact of the world now. Anyways, I think it is my responsibility now as a DM, not only for you players, but for maybe the newcomers who will be watching this. I will not go into a sobby thing where I say thank you, I'm so grateful, because anyone gets tired of that. If you're here to watch, then, you know, have fun. But I think it's appropriate to give a little bit of context to the world, since you guys are, you know, pretty familiar with it. Other people who are coming in will not be as familiar with it. And there are just a few details that I would like to preface or explain before we jump in, which is the continent this is taking place on is called the Saphire Plane. And the special thing about the Saphire Plane is it is surrounded by a storm which perpetually rages on, and no sailor, man, or wizard has been able to get out onto the other side. Anyone who tried either got missing or died in the process of attempting so. And the other special part from this Everstorm, so that's how it is called, huge high storms come out and cross the entire continent of the Sapphire's Plane, kind of ravaging anything in its wake, which is why the people who live there have to have special crafted buildings in order to brace these storms. Because if you go out and build a wooden hut, you will die. And that is how this world works. And they're very frequent. They don't happen like every 10 years or so. They happen like every 2 Vos, which is the term for week in my world, which just means 10 days. Yeah, and also, just, you know, a small thing, but the entire continent is plagued by a demonic blight, and demons ravage through towns and kill a lot of people, including these guys, but from the last campaign, which is why we started this campaign, because I TPK'd them, which is also a thing you should know, that I do not pull my guns. I aim, I shoot, and I fire. Hey, it's a GM from the future here, and I just realized while I was editing the video and watching back the session a second time that I forgot to mention a bit of context about what is happening inside of the session itself. And I realized it is kind of important to know about this, otherwise the next 2-3 hours will be extremely confusing for you to watch, since a lot of what is happening you won't understand without having this extra bit of context. So I'm just quickly jumping in here to give you this bit of information, which is basically just the country of Azathia, where this session is taking place in, and the country of Collis are currently in the process of making a pact or a treaty called the Zeliana's Pact. And what this pact entails is basically the usage, distribution, and ownership of ancient artifacts called elemental chrysalises. And the reason why they're discussing this is because the usage and the other factors are heavily controlled and limited by the Holy Legionnaires Order, which is the most prominent political and military power inside of the entire continent, and they regulate the laws concerning these elemental chrysalises, and they kind of just state that you aren't really allowed to use them a lot, since their origins can be traced back to elemental devils, and being a religious order, they don't like that and they think that is bad news. However, because of things that have transpired in the past and because of a few recent events, the countries of Kolis and Azathia kind of came together to discuss whether or not they want to break free from the Holy Legionnaires Order, kind of break their laws and then create their own one, which would be the Zilianas Pact. And so what is happening inside of the session itself is diplomats from Azathia, Kolis, and from the Holy Legionnaires Order are coming together to kind of discuss this pact itself and whether or not they should actually sign it, what the pros and cons are. You know, just a political discussion on the benefits or the negative outcomes that could transpire by doing so. Yeah, and I believe that it's just important to know, just to have a better understanding on what is going on inside of the session itself. But enough from me, back to the session. Okay, with that, I think anyone and everyone should have enough context for the world, and we're gonna start this off, this new campaign, with an appropriate new intro. So if everyone could mute themselves and maybe turn up the volume on your sides, because I never know how loud it is. Hopefully it won't be too loud for you guys, but yes, let us, well, I'm gonna mute myself too. Nope, wait.
Freedom, something that all men and women strive for. Because to be free is to live, and to live is to experience the world around you. A gift given to us, and surely one that you should cherish and not waste. But it makes us blind, for while we stare longingly into the sky, boundless and free, more often than not, we miss the very cliff that approaches right in front of us. One that will most certainly let us fall to our own demise. Yet still we will go out of our way to challenge anything and anyone who would dare impede on our freedom, who would dare to even think about taking it away from us. We will wage wars, forget friends, and curse even our own siblings and parents in the name of freedom. We would even steal it away from other people just to keep it for ourselves. And suddenly, we have become consumed by our own fear of losing this freedom. And in the process, we have abandoned everything else. Maybe we aren't supposed to be free. Maybe there are things beyond us that we do not comprehend yet, that hold more value than freedom. I challenge thee, O humble listener. Dost thou truly know what is right? Or dost thou merely see thy own fabrication of a blissful world that is filled with ignorance?
They have started moving, sire.
This soon already. I was hoping for at least 2 more days, but alright. There's the scouts who keep their eyes on them. And if anything changes in their movement, they should immediately pull back, understood? Now we'll have to just... you sure this is a good idea, your Higglety? I mean, there would be countless casualties, right? In a world that challenges both conviction and mercy, ruthlessness is a necessary tool to be used in order to move forward. Unless you want to stay here until the end of ages, sacrifices have to be made.
Yes. All things fall into place. And there we have it. A dramatic start into
Was epic.
a dramatic campaign.
Yeah, that was really good.
Thank you very much.
Wow.
We are going to start off by having a view on the continent itself. A variety of different countries populate the Saphire Plane. There's a country that is filled with a bazaar of sand and desert, populated with a scorching heat all year round, and only a few people that live in this scorched area, nestled inside of a castle, protected magically through different means to keep their cool. On the other side, we have a cool icescape, a contrast from this scorching landscape previously, which is covered all year round by a white bleached snow that also blizzards all year round and only gets increasingly more hostile when a high storm arrives. Then there are large mountain ranges in the center of this continent, also where the seat of a holy capital stands, where only the most blessed of people may enter. And then there's also one which is populated with high societies, nobility, people who have own agendas, goals, and a purpose for their life. People that wish to seek out histories, maybe even treasures or bounties inside of this still relatively undiscovered world. The elves populate a country called Azathia. It is from climate not too dissimilar to maybe a tropical area on our own home planet of Earth. And it is populated by a large forest that stands in the middle, tall, overgrown, natural aspects that has been part of Azathia since its very beginning. But more interesting to us are the large cities that populate the coast of Azathia, ruled by the dynasty families, 7 in fact, that hold the power in each of these capitals that are set inside of Azathia. We will put our gaze towards a certain city whose name of Suna Anir. It is large and one of the largest cities of Azathia, not because it is most prominent in its political power, but because it's most prominent in that it's connected to 2 rivers that cross it, and it was built at a center cliff. This very fortunate location of where they have decided to build a city allowed them to have large trade, being able to build a lot more docks that immediately connect to the city itself, having a very economic and efficient way of transporting goods into the city and out of the city. And as such, it has become extremely populated with a variety of different people who come from literally everywhere. That said, we will zoom even closer to the city, and we can see that a large part that faces the ocean is a huge cliff, which is separated into different plateaus. You can see large trees that populate these plateaus, but also large structures, buildings, a huge castle which sits atop the highest most point of this cliff. The White Orchard's high castle, of where the Archduke and Duchess and the Chamber of Dukes of the respective family have their seat, specifically the Verratgeber family. And from this point of view, you can see the entirety of the rest of the city. You can see the different plateaus that go down from there that lead into a more structured interior when we go to the noble center, of where many of the prominent guild heads have their housing. Directly bordering from there, we have the military barracks, the Goldreden headquarters, and then from there outwards, a huge district of where the common folk have their place and are populated there. My players can see it, but the other ones can see it, so we'll just quickly switch to our map view so everyone else can see it. Whoop, there it is. This is the city itself, and we're gonna zoom even closer to one of the tall tower-like buildings that are just a few hundred feet away from the high castle itself. And inside one of these weirdly structured, almost like it has a shape of a these twisting shells, not shells, what's it called? I can only remember the German word Muschel, that you can find on the beach. It's kind of a spiraling cascade of different mosaics that kind of transcend into each other and have this kind of natural pattern to it. But it rises about maybe like 80 feet high, a very tall structure. As you go inside of it, we can see a bleached white chamber. It is a dome, while inside you would not know that it is part of a 80 feet tall tower. But we suddenly see a flash of light, and inside we can see 3 individuals appear. We can see a older woman, probably in her 60s or so. She wears and adorns white robes, very minimalistic. There isn't much to them. You can see a other human fellow who seems to be a bit younger than the woman itself. He's got slick back, black hair, who has a kind of coy smile on his face. He wears also similar white robes, but seems to be more focused on his presentation, not as simplistic as the woman itself. And accompanying them, we have a woman with very strong and stark red hair. And I would like Matt for you to describe your character for us, please.
Yeah, let's get into it. Yeah, what you see is a woman in her early 30s. Her hair almost seems to be alight with how red and orange and how exuberant it is. It's a very kind of, gives no emotion kind of face. She has big glasses that, tell her she probably spends a lot of time in books. Besides that, she wears a very long, dark robe. It's black, almost as black as night if there were no stars. And on her side is just a very nice satchel with a bunch of different books and tools and those sorts of things. She's about 5'10", normal height, very businesslike in her demeanor. And yeah, she just fixes her glasses and looks around to make sure everybody's here.
Yes, one figure I almost forgot to mention is also you can see next to them a large individual, about maybe like 6 feet tall, maybe even more, maybe like 6'2", 6'3", in heavy plate armor, silver and white, and carrying on one of his sides a huge shield that almost blocks his entire body, and on his other hand he holds a book which people would easily recognize as a Holy Lichnius Biblicum book, the Bible of the Holy Lichnius Order. And he wears this strange helmet where there's just a sheet of iron across it, and you cannot see any holes or eye slits. Almost as if it is to blind the individual inside of there, but he stands silently next to you. And I would like maybe for you to describe to me, Fiera, how you are feeling at this moment as you teleport into this place.
Extremely nervous. This is her first time away from home, and she is almost like on guard as she gets here, making sure that the woman and the knight that accompanied her are still here, and seeing if there's anyone in the room that might, threaten them. It's unfamiliar territory.
Yes, unfamiliar indeed. You can see Heinrich, who was the one who was responsible for bringing you here, kind of just smile to your mother, and he says, well, since you won't listen to my propositions, I hope that your daughter is a bit more astute in mind. And you can see the woman kind of respond, your corrupting words have no place here, and I assure you that your daughter shares the same sensibility as I do. So if you could please take your leave now, I have enough of your presence. You can see the guy kind of walk back and says, as you wish, your brightness, and gives an over-exaggerated bow, from which point you can hear the door to the chamber open, which is a very simple wooden door, but you can see its design is simple, but it was expertly made to look simple, in fact. So it opens and you can see a young, half-elven boy. He's probably maybe 16, 17, maybe even 18. Comes in, blonde hair. He wears kind of your typical like butler attire, where he has like a very tight coat, vest on that is kind of a bright green, and he has a white shirt underneath it, and then black trousers, and he's got a little bow tie also wrapped in a very neatly way, also with a dark green color to them. And he kind of just steps in and says, you must be from the Holy Lichnius, Fimprideas, if I'm correct? Yes, we are from Fimprideas. Thank you very much for taking us in. Yes, no worries. I shall then lead you to the meeting room then. Yes, that would be very kind of you. And you can see the servant kind of turn around and start exiting the room. The elderly woman kind of follows in his footsteps, and I will presume that Fiera, you would do the same.
I think I'll linger for a little bit, just dusting myself off and taking a look around the room. Can I tell what sort of magic is used in this room, or if there's any sort of crystals along the walls?
Sure, make an Arcana check.
Yeah, first roll.
First of all, look
Do
at
it.
the bay, boy. Let go, boy. This is how the campaign will go.
Oh,
Ooh.
very
It
good.
will go real fun good. I should prevent myself from cursing. I just realized.
Kids might be watching, you never know.
Yeah. No. You look around and you kind of sense, or not sense, but more analyze the structure of the building itself. Like I said, it's a truly plain white dome room where there really isn't anything special about it, not even from an arcane standpoint. The only thing that you notice is the floor itself, which seems to be just a not a pillar, but a kind of a platform that has been raised a bit. Also a circle, and you can see inscribed in it itself are runes. And almost like as if kind of a silver was used to trace inside engravings of it to make it more permanent, either that, or a material was used as a component to maybe enhance or prolong whatever spells being casted here, which you would obviously recognize as a teleportation spell that has been permanently affixed to this one location, so people can use it to transport to specific places. And you would also know that this specific teleportation circle only leads to the one you just came from and nowhere else.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Taking that in, I'll catch up.
Okay, you can kind of see Heinrich behind you. He kind of just calls back to you and says, "Well, don't forget what we talked about, right? Not everything seems right in the beginning. Maybe you can sway her a bit."
Just give him like that look, like this guy's gonna be trouble.
And
Now
he
keep
just
going.
gives like a kind of coy wave, and then the door shuts behind you. You can just see a flash of light as door closes, and he probably teleports back to where he came from. Stepping out, you see that you are still inside of a room. You haven't exited out of a building per se, and you can see that there are more layers to this. You seem to be maybe on a specific level, maybe on like the third or fourth floor. But what's interesting about this interior room is, as you look up, you can see that it is like a floor where the entire floor is a room with stairs that lead down, but the dome itself is the entire floor, and then from the side of it, it would just drop down to the end until you reach the bottommost floor. You can see a staircase that just comes out of the rooms. There are railings, so you don't actually fall down, that lead down. And you're inside of a huge tower that is hollow for the most part, except for these small domed chambers that sit inside of it. And as you look up, you can see other domes that nestle up higher and higher, almost like a cocoon inside of a larger vessel. And you can see other stairs that lead down from there. And it has this weird kind of feeling to it, since usually when you look up, you either see the sky or the roof or a decked section, but you can see past the other floors almost to the very top, and you realize that this is an extremely tall building because you can kind of see past the other rooms. But your mother doesn't seem to care much, as she just follows into the footsteps of the one who's currently guiding you. And as you go down the steps, you go about 3 floors, you come out of the building, the actual building itself, and you're greeted by nature. It's a very warm, humid temperature that greets you. You can kind of feel the swell as it hits you, as you came from a more colder region. And as you step out, you can see there are just bushes and trees that kind of make a pathway that lead to a large cliff in front. And as you look out, you can see this very white cliff that greets you. It's still a couple feet away, but atop it, you can also see a very distinct building. A building you would recognize in its architectural style, similar to Holy Litany things. Presumably a chapel, church, or some sort that is nestled inside of the city, dedicated to religion. But the odd thing for you is that there's so much nature here. You are walking on grass and bushes, and as you kind of step into, you know, this pathway made out of trees, you kind of look to the left and right, and you can see even larger trees that protrude, probably on a field that is immediately next to you. Just to give you a kind of perspective where you are on the map, you exited from this building here,
Yeah.
and you're going down this pathway, and you can see one of these large trees, which is even larger than the tower itself. So it goes about maybe 120 feet tall with this huge crown and its shade throwing onto you. And you can see it casts this like kind of nice pattern and shadow onto the ground, which gives a very, you know, relaxing feeling that kind of maybe calms your nerves a bit, but it's also kind of intimidating as you're approaching a huge cliff. So anything you would like to do as you're currently walking down the stairs?
Yeah, I kind of meet my step with our guide, just to ask it. Hey, what's your name?
My name is Levelal.
Oh, nice name. A little different from where we come from, but it has its own charm. What was that tower called that we came out of? Does it have its own name?
They usually do to appointed to their various archmages which help constructed it. But we usually just refer to them as Coast Redwood Towers. This specific one is the third Coast Redwood Tower. We currently are on the Coast Redwood Plateau.
Oh, interesting. So there's many archmages in this city then? Each one has one of these towers?
No, these are reserved mostly for transportation purposes of high society members and other very important individuals such as yourselves. Kind of also looks to your mother. She just kind of gives a acknowledging nod. They aren't the houses or accommodations of archmages. They usually stay on the Nadelholzwald, which is a plateau below this one.
Oh, I see. Well, you have a very beautiful home. I haven't been here before. It's very grandiose.
Oh, well then I'll be happy to be your guide. As I said, this is the Coast Redwood Plateau, and we are currently going to the Ansurian High Plain. That is where the ministers of the city live, and other important individuals. Also, the Holy Chapel of the Holy Lichniers is also there, which we'll enter shortly.
Well, sounds good. Thank you for guiding us.
And as you kind of continue walking up, you can already kind of hear a slight choir that you've been kind of hearing permeating a bit this entire time, as you then suddenly go into the cliff itself. As you continue down this pathway, you can see a doorway that was built inside of the cliff, and you enter, and you can see it's a very simple but almost like naturally decorated cavern space that kind of leads up. And as you walk up, you can see it is merged together with different hallways that also coalesce into a kind of central chamber. And in the central chamber, it's kind of a white decked floor. Reminds you almost at home. Most floors at your space are white. You can see several pillars that are there to reinforce the structure. You can see a larger stairwell that leads up into a different building. As you kind of go through there and walk up, you can see you enter into a chapel, it seems like, on the side part of it, not in the main hallway of, where the masses would take place, or where the holy people do their, their prayers and stuff like that, but onto like a kind of a side walkway of it. You enter inside, and you can see a very recognizable interior of, very white, clean marble. The chairs, seats, everything inside has also been completely painted white. Large pane glass windows, and the only color that really is inside of them is this very saturated yellow tint. And you can see the depictions of angelic figures, wings, the sun, light coming down. And you can see these, as the sun also hits these windows themselves, you can see these striking patterns that are kind of casted onto the floor, making this kind of very beautiful and mesmerizing miasma of different images. And you can see there are a couple of holy people who are inside of there doing their prayers and stuff like that. But not to disturb them, it seems like you seem to continue walking onwards. Is there anything you would like to do at this point?
Yeah. I guess I'll probably just ask our guide again. Is there a place to freshen up? It was kind of the first time I've ever teleported. I need a moment.
Yes, well, I will be leading you first to your chambers, and then we will continue to
perfect.
The meeting room. Of course, you will have to rest. Just have to walk a couple more minutes.
Okay. And then as we're walking, is anybody giving our little group a side eye, or like they're they're not happy that we are walking through or there?
Make a perception check.
Only a 7.
A 7. They aren't.
This is what I do.
Yeah. Even if you don't have a negative wisdom, you still probably low. There don't seem to be a lot of people in general around here. The first people you actually came into contact with is obviously your guide, Leviel, and then as you kind of step up into the chapel itself, you see a few holy individuals inside of there, but they have their eyes closed and are currently praying. Some older folks also adorned in like white robes, maybe priests, maybe bishops, that are just sitting there. Some of them kind of give you a glance, but they just have an acknowledging nod. They don't seem to be overly suspicious or suspenseful that you have arrived, at least not how it seems.
Gotcha. So we're not like drawing a crowd or anything like that. It doesn't seem to be the biggest deal that we've arrived.
Yeah, you also just have the general impression, first of all, there aren't enough people to even gather a crowd because there are really maximum of 7 people currently in your vicinity.
Gotcha.
And you didn't get the feeling that your arrival was kind of, announced.
Yeah.
So, yeah, no
Okay.
spectacle is happening currently for your arrival. So that's it. You walk out of the chapel, leaving kind of the few people who were in there behind, and out once again. You go into a very naturey feeling area of a lot of trees, grass, floor, and a variety of different kind of flowers, but the one that permeates the most are these kind of extremely white orchids. They have these a very particular structure to them. Must have like kind of 5 leaves that go out, 3 leaves again, and then one kind of tall, almost like diamond-like leaf in the middle, and they're kind of populated around here. And you can see they have been placed in a way that you wouldn't step on them, and they're kind of like the guiding path that leads you out from the chapel into what seems to be like a more lived-in district. So you can see this white touched area from the white orchids, and you're kind of passing through them, and then the guy just kind of says, the white orchids are well, we see them very highly, and we take care of them quite frequently, and just as a rule of guide is please do not step on them. We are very fond of them, and they have a very special place in our hearts. So just a side note, since you are the first time here, to and also not pluck them. That is also frowned upon. I hope you understand.
Yeah, we'll be as respectful as we can be.
Your mother kind of steps in and says, yes, of course, no worries, we would not even think about doing such things. These are beautiful flowers, and we shall also share the same respect as you have shown us. And then your guide kind of just nods, and you get led into a more lived-in district, if you could call it like that. Huge mansions, big tall buildings, and they have this very typical elven architecture where the sides often have these rounded poles and almost like vines that have been enlaced with gold that kind of curl up the sides of them. And they usually go to a point, so they have very sharp roofs. From an architect, in this world, they would say it's extremely bad to have this kind of structure for high storm, but it seems like they were able to use materials that could even withstand high storms. And you can tell from a glance, these massive structures could only be built with the help of light crystals. There would be no other way to build these buildings. So you can also see it's just perfect, immaculate architecture to a point where any craftsman would be jealous. And you can also see it also has a very white exterior, almost similar to the cliff itself, So you presume that probably the material used to build these buildings was the same as the cliff. And it gives you kind of a homey feel, since most of the buildings from where you come from are also very wide. So the transgression from coming from your place to this one doesn't seem to be too hard. You are then led into one of the mansions, but kind of as you're stepping in, you can see two other individuals who also seem to be approaching to step inside. And I would like Skid and Felicia to describe your characters as you're kind of going back to where you were, miss.
So probably a few steps ahead, you see this kind of tall, but also not too tall, high elf, with very long blonde hair that is going down her waist, and it feels like it's never ending. Green eyes, and she's wearing these robes that when you look at them, you're not sure. Are they dark blue? Are they purple? Are they you basically feel like she's wearing the night sky on her body. And she has this belt around her waist that has a little pouch that is overflowing with random pieces of wood and leaves and plants and random things, so you can easily gather this is a herbalist pouch that she's just gathering with her. And she's walking with her chest kind of puffed up, and you can sense a little bit of importance to her stance. And she's probably talking to her friend right beside her, couple steps behind her.
So my character is very tall as well. She's about 5'8", 5'9"-ish. Very long blonde hair as well. It's kind of braided off to the side. She's got like this like headpiece looking thing that's kind of like a goldish color that kind of goes around. Holds herself kind of. She's a high elf, so she's got very like tall posture, like, and her clothes is very like functional. It's very elegant looking, like a gown kind of thing, but you can tell that it's easily able to be maneuverable in. It's like got tan kind of around and a white blouse kind of, and then the dress area is kind of like a tannish as well. She doesn't appear to have like any pouches or anything like that on her.
Okay, and as you kind of see them approach, you can see your guide also stop for a moment and says, what a coincidence. If I may introduce you, as you will meet later anyways. These are the diplomats who arrived from Corvali. Your regalty, and she addresses both of you high elves, and then kind of looks back to you, Fiera, and says, these are the diplomats who came from Fimbrideas. If you can introduce yourselves to, and he kind of just steps to the side to kind of let you interact.
Pleased to meet you. I am called Izarel Leafina, and this here is my friend and protector, Arya.
Arya kind of goes to reach and shake his hand.
He's there.
This is weird, but she's doing it on purpose.
Okay.
She's trying to kind of offset him a little bit.
You mean her? Like,
yeah, her.
Yeah.
I was like,
Sorry.
are you talking to the god?
My bad.
Yeah, I am apprehensive at taking it. Do I sense any hostility coming from you?
I guess you can make an insight check.
close.
Instant PvP. 15. Well, you
15.
can either make a persuasion or deception check, whichever you like.
No, I'm just gonna tell him.
Yeah.
You don't sense any ill intentions or anything like that from her. You feel that she's just feeling how you would react.
Okay. It probably takes a second, and then I gather myself and reach to shake her hand. Nice to meet you. I'm Fira.
Nice to meet you.
Well, I am Neriol. I said we are from Mission of the Servalix Holy Embassy. It's nice to make your acquaintance before the meeting itself. Always nice to see individuals before work has to come at place. Very nice place here. Haven't come here often. And you can see this kind of awkward conversation starting, but then she also said, oh, and this, by the way, and she kind of points to the large armored figure that stands and looms kind of behind them at all times. This is Teliel. He is our bodyguard. And he doesn't move, shift, say, or does anything. He just stands there.
Well, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance outside of a diplomatic setting where everyone tries to look better than everyone else. Hopefully everything goes well later, and I'm pleased to see that people are coming in.
Yes, I already heard one of them had to cancel their meeting, so that's unfortunate. But
Oh, really? Someone is not coming. Did you hear who it was?
yes, it was. His name was Wolfgang Friedrichsen. He was the Nicaea council member from Canaan who was supposed to oversee the meeting. But instead, it seems like one of the Nicene High Court members from Azathia stepped in to replace his presence to be the representative of the Holy Legionnaires Order during this meeting. I should write the name because I bet none of
Yes,
you.
please.
I was just about to ask for that.
I will just write in a chat. That is his name. Ignore the two. Oh, it even does it here bold. Dang. So you can read it better. Mr. Wolfgang Friedrichsen. And he is a member of the Nicaea Council. But yes, also a pleasure from our side to see friendly faces. And I also hope that our meeting will have a pleasurable and hopefully peaceful outcome.
It is my hope as well that we can keep the peace.
That is good to hear from the other side. We are a bit tired. We just arrived, so I think we will go to our dorms as they are currently being shown to us. Isn't that right, Fia?
Of course. We were also on our way to our chambers. So we will see you probably later then.
Yes, probably in a couple of hours, or maybe even just minutes.
Great. Well then, welcome.
Thank you. And then she kind of turns to the guide, and then you have this extremely awkward moment where you realize you both are going to the same way. You're going in the same direction.
I was actually going to ask.
Since we're going to be following them, I want to just kind of look at them to see, like, how their body language is around us.
Okay. Well, make an insight check. 14. Well, I will let Fiora describe her own thing, or if she wants to do a deception
Sure.
check for some reason.
Yeah, I guess let's make a roll here to see if I can hide that. I'll go with deception, I assume would probably work.
Yes, if you're trying to hide something.
Oof, not very well. Pretty average. Okay. For her, she seems kind of nervous around you two. And she definitely is keeping an eye on you as we're walking, glancing back every so often, as she is unsure of who you are or your intent.
Okay, you can see from the older figure that they are, or Nerio, as she introduced herself, doesn't seem to be. She has like a stiffness to her just from being out of place. She isn't like relaxed as home, but you can see she is kind of extremely composed. Anyone would recognize this as a body language of someone who has, done a lot of work in this profession and is comfortable in a space where she has a job that she has to do, and she would do it with utmost proficiency. And part of being a diplomat is, of course, to have a proper presentation in front of other people, and she kind of holds this pose. But you also feel, you can sense a bit of tension from her, but which is extremely normal for the circumstances at place. And as you're walking down one of the hallways, and you two kind of following behind them, you can see the guide is just pointing out different things where some of the bathrooms inside of this mansion are, where the kitchen is if you need anything to eat. You can see, as you walk by, also occasionally a few armed guards of elven kind pass, and they just give you a nod. They wear very intricate and interlacing armor, half plate probably, that makes them extremely mobile, but you can still see, the sense of protection around them. And most notably is they wear different kind of half crescent moons as symbolisms on the shoulder pads. The glaive that they have as weapons also has a half crescent moon as a tip, and they also wear kind of a cape behind them, and they have these very pointy helmets with just different reliefs that accustom different parts of their armors, and they kind of just walk by. They just give a kind of nod, and just so they're aware of their presence, but mostly ignore you for the main part. And you would go up to the second floor, would reach a chamber which is immediately next to you guys' chamber. So you're kind of next to each other, but next to each other still means like about 30 feet because the rooms are so massive. So you still go, it feels like going to the end of a corridor to reach the next room, so you do leave them behind to a certain degree. And he kind of invites you inside, opens the door, gives you a key, and then
just before we part ways, I will simply druid craft a Canaan native flower and offer it to the woman I spoke to. Okay. And simply tell her to hopefully a long-standing friendship between our nations.
Yes, this is very kind, and well, I will keep this hope as close as this flower you just gave me. She kind of tucks it into close to her shirt.
Simply de-bow and let them go on their way.
Yeah, she also does that, and then she kind of just puts her fingers to her Jesus Christ forehead, and then just kind of lifts it up. Just kind of this kind of gesture, almost like what a religious type would do. And she would turn around and step into her room, which at this point, as you enter your room, the guide says, well, you have your own personal bathroom inside of here. If you need to use it, you can also have 2 queen-size beds. And if you ever need any help from me or other people, or have any requests, you can just pull on this string. And you can see at this point next to the door, there's this long string made out of different fabrics, mainly a white and green one that is wrapped around, swirled. At the end, there's a little bubbles that you can kind of tighten and grasp. He says, just pull it, and then a service individual will be at your room in short notice. Well, this has been all, and I will leave you now to your rest. And as I said, if you need anything else, just pull on the string.
Before we get too much farther, I just wanted to know, with my background, does Wolfgang Fredrickson ring a bell to me? Like, does that name?
Ooh, make a history check. $24. God damn. Yeah, he kind of does. He kind of does. You've did a few insights and investigations with Nicaea council members. You would know he is from the region of Lowendaers, which I will write inside of here, Lowendaers. And he often interacts with the Eximius Holy Council member who kind of rules Lowendaers, who is Olfriedrich Septimus. That is probably the most you would know. Well, you would know that he's a high member in the Nicaea Council who, you know, is responsible for kind of relegating anything that concerns the Nicene Creed. You know, and he's also one of the members who is allowed to kind of enact and vote to maybe change parts of the Nicene Creed. So it is kind of a big deal that he isn't present at the moment, since the Nicene Creed is, you know, one of the main topics to be discussed. Yeah, you would get that on a 24, definitely.
Thank you.
Yeah. And if Fiera and Mom probably wouldn't have anything better to say, your mother just thanks the servant and he will leave. From that point, we will switch to the diplomats from Kovali, and you enter your room. This is a day after what occurred during your session 0. So, you know, a day happened, you kind of relegated, and now you're inside of your dorm once again. So what would you like to do?
I feel, Arya, I think it's important that we let know that Fredrickson's not gonna be there. Back home.
I think that could be an important thing to share, but I'm not sure yet because we don't really know who's taking his place.
That's true. I am wondering, because maybe, I'm looking for the name.
Are you talking about the Duke?
Yes.
Kronberg.
Yes, Cornberry. You see, if we tell Cornberg that Ferguson is not there, I guess you're right. We should at least know the name of the person that's gonna be there in his place.
But you're right. I do think that he would find this interesting.
It is interesting, given his position.
And based on what I know of him, it is odd that he's not here.
Isn't he like a big shot or something?
Kind of. He can make changes to the pact. Then I can creed.
Maybe Kronberg knows why he's not there.
Definitely something to think about for when we go home.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I have a way to send a message ahead.
Let's try to find a little bit more information
Yeah.
about who's replacing him. But I agree he should know. What do you think of these newcomers that we just met?
I'm always kind of uneasy around religious people, but as we've discussed, we don't want them on our bad side.
I think the flower was a nice gesture.
I tried. I want them to know that our goal, us specifically, is not to start a war with them.
I worry that I might be too brash with people at times.
That's why you're the fists and I'm the mouth.
I can agree to that.
Yeah.
Just a little bit of context, which you would also know, Arya. Lorendeas is a region of Canaan that is immediately next to Sunania.
Can you?
Yeah.
So where's it from?
Okay, I will just take you to the whole map so I can just show it. I think that will be a little bit easier. So, Sunania is I don't want snapping. Here, right? Everyone can
Okay,
see that?
yeah.
And you know, Canaan is split into different regions like this, and Lorendeas is a region that is here. So it's the one immediately next to the city.
Okay.
Just for context.
Thank you.
Okay. Unless you have anything else? Nothing else to say?
Not that I can think of.
Not for now.
Then we're gonna quickly switch to the other room. Just to have a quick peek in. Is there anything, Fiera, that is on your mind? Your mother kind of, you know, takes some of her robes off as she kind of, you know, wears many different layers. Noticing that obviously she overdressed for the occasion, as she often does. And you can see that Teliel, who was kind of also carrying her baggage on the back behind him, also starts, you know, putting it down and then sorting some of the clothing.
Yeah, this place is actually pretty amazing.
You think so? I mean,
yeah, I like it here.
Yeah, it has a lot of wonders. Definitely different from our home, which at times can maybe seem a bit more rigid and monotone with all the white.
Exactly. Well, I'm just gonna freshen up a bit. Sherry kind of taught me a spell I wanna use to help calm the nerves. Probably good to practice.
Oh, well, hopefully you don't, you know, overstep your boundaries when you cast your magic, young one.
Don't worry, you know I just practice for fun.
Well, we are in a place that doesn't allow for too much fun, so please do keep that in mind.
Understood.
Alright, I should also cool down. I will take a bath before the actual meeting takes place. I think it should probably take... well, what is the time? kind of looks to Teliel. Nothing happened, and then she just nods. All right. Well, we probably have like 2 hours or so. And then she goes into the bathroom, and you can hear water pouring as she probably is making a bath for herself.
Okay. So it's a pretty big room, from what it sounds like. 2 queens.
Yep.
Kind of fancy.
It is about maybe like 45 feet from one end to the other, so very spacious.
Wow. Okay. Windows?
Yes, large windows that, as you look out, you can see the oceanscape in front of you. You still see like kind of the cliff that is there, but other than that, you can see the large Valerian Sea and the hundreds of boats that are in front of the city itself, kind of preparing to dock or to leave.
Wow. It's pretty amazing. Are there like closets that have doors?
Yes, you have probably around 4 or 5 huge closets and cupboards.
Okay. Since we have some time, I will kind of slowly meander around the room and look for any hidden, I guess like magics. Anything that you leave behind, like glyphs, something small, something by the window, something in the closets. I just want to get a good feel for the room so that I feel safe.
Yeah. Make an investigation check. As you scour around the room.
18.
18. The first thing you would probably go towards is the string that is attached to the ceiling.
That is very curious, yes.
The ceiling itself is about like 20 feet high, so it's a decent way up. But you can see that the string itself isn't attached to the ceiling, or there also isn't any hole or visible holes that it goes into. It just seems to kind of merge into the ceiling, and then as you kind of squint your eyes, you can see that there is a rune written on the very place that is attached to. And maybe you kind of wiggle it around, and you can see almost like it shift, and maybe you pull a bit and it comes out of the ceiling itself. Seems like that rune is maybe does some sort of magic that allows it to either go to a different pocket dimensional space or something similar to that, or it's a transmutation spell that allows to have it operate here, and then when it interacts specifically with the surroundings, if a specific motion is given to it, it will send a different signal to a different source. At least that is what you assume from the information that was given to you by the guide.
Gotcha.
Doesn't seem overly suspicious. There isn't like a hidden camera inside of there. You kind of look around different other places. You see that the lock on your door is magically locked. So if you use the key to lock it, it does activate an arcane rune that will magically lock the door. So unless you are an extremely proficient thief, you probably won't be able to get into this door. And a similar case is also with the windows. They also seem to be arcane locked and even reinforced. You can see on the sides, and that is so they can withstand the high storms. Normal windows would immediately get shattered.
Gotcha.
But that is about it, at least into the main living space. You still have to maybe check the bathroom, which is probably the only room you haven't checked out because your mother's currently bathing there.
Yeah, I don't really want her to catch on too much.
Yeah.
Okay. Then the only thing left to do is let's take a moment. Gonna focus, and it doesn't matter to me if Taliel's watching. I think I'll have my locket kind of come out of my robe. Now let's take a second to look at it and activate mage armor for her. A bubble kind of appears around her person. translucent, but with the light kind of shining on it for the moment. It's kind of like rainbow lights go around her. And then the bubble just shrinks to her person before disappearing.
Alright. You can see Teddy does react a bit. He kind of stands up in a way that he's like, oh, did I miss something that I wasn't supposed to miss? And then he just kind of notices, nope, you're just doing stuff. And then he stands, and then he walks into the bathroom, which is very common for them to just go into extreme private spaces. And you don't hear any screams from your mother, so she has done that multiple times. Just kind of walks in there, and then for safety purposes, stays there. As you can feel, you can probably protect yourself better than your mother could. And yeah.
Okay, yeah, other than that, I'll just wait and try to relax.
Okay. Then, from this point, we would switch over to an entirely different place. We leave the high society entirely as we go into the front of what seems to be like a market district, or maybe it's not a market district, as you don't see very many stores that people are selling things, but you can see large buildings centered around a lot of different buildings in a central plaza. And just so you know for reference where you are currently here, you can see a variety of different architecturally styled buildings that, you know, some look elvish, some look a bit dwarvish, some have human styles, and they vary in sizes, shapes, and the presentation on how they're adorned with, you know, little trinkets on the sides also vary from building to building. Seems like there's a display of different arts and crafts, and you can see on the outside of it there are different signs that state different, you know, a artisan's guilds or a leather worker guild. Seems like this is a main hotspot for guilds, and you see a equal variety of people that walk in and out of these buildings, some carrying hammers, some carrying just large wooden planks, just usual utility things to do their arts and crafts inside of these buildings. But we're going to focus on a smaller building nestled into the side of a compound structure that seems to be made out of several different buildings, and we see a couple of individuals who are placed in front of it. Greg, if you would like to describe your character as you kind of nestle your humble self in front of these buildings.
Yeah, so basically, my character is human, medium build, very just sort of standard male human shape, form, everything. About 5'10". His skin is very dark, as if he's been almost just sun scorched by years and years just in the sun, burned. It just looks very sort of just heavy and leathery skin. His hair is a mohawk that is kind of, he's tried to slick it back, but his hair is very loose and wavy, so it kind of just pops up and, you know, has a mind of its own. It's brown, but then towards the back, as the hair flows backwards, it starts to fade into an orangey color. Across his shoulders, he's wearing a leather bolero, like bullfighters wear. So it basically just a little jacket that stops here right above the chest and comes right down to his elbows. And then under that, he's got a leather set of overalls, which sort of looks like an apron. It sort of looks like just, you know, just something humble that just covers him and protects him from, you know, when he's working and trying to keep himself somewhat clean. And then under that is just a black shirt, kind of rolled up and dusty and dirty. All over that apron is just a bunch of pouches and pockets that are kind of overflowing with little bits of like metal or just tiny objects. It just looks like he has a lot of just little things on him, and then obviously on his hip, one hip you can see there's just like a small what the hell's it called? A crossbow, just a really small crossbow, slung down around one hip. On the other hip, he's got a holster with a couple of not big weapons or big tool weapony looking things, but I don't know, maybe something about that big kind of just stuck to his other hip. And the last thing of note is there's just he's got a bandolier that goes across his chest that just has a bunch of little packets of tools. So he's just got his favorite little, thieves' tools, carpenter's tools, just kind of stuck across his body.
Yes, and kind of accompanying him are 4 other individuals. Older gentleman who seems to already be greeting his 70s. Also seems to be a normal human. Then you can see a kind of a high elf, similar stature as the other 2, but a bit more loose, doesn't seem to carry himself with too much importance. And then also a small halfling who looks a bit disheveled, almost as if he hasn't slept in a while. And he's also one who kind of perks up, goes to you, Ivik, and he kind of says, "Oh man, today's the day, right?"
Yep, yeah, it's the day. Don't really know what to do. Never kind of been in this situation. I honestly don't know how to even start the day. What do we do? Where do we go? How do we start? How do we progress? What happens now?
I mean, first of all, didn't you have any, better clothes than your apron? I mean, we're going up there, right?
I mean, I can take it off, but like that's just it's going to be a black shirt. I have nothing else. This is what I wear. This is what I have.
Eric, you could have just asked me. I could have given you, different colored aprons. I have an orange one.
No, that is not what I was saying. We're going...
Actually, orange would be good. It kind of would match the hair a little bit, no?
Yes, right. It's a great flavor. I suggested it when you were small, but that was years ago, so you've probably forgotten it. And then you can see...
Well, the one that you suggested when I was small clearly won't fit me now. I don't know what you think you're going to accomplish by giving me a smaller item of clothing.
No. It's not smaller. It was fit for me back in the days. I wasn't small 20 years ago. Alright, then not. Well, whatever. I think we wasted this opportunity. Could have looked good.
And then you can see the high elf kind of step and says,
I don't think that is your immediate concern right now. I think we have other pressing matters on our mind, yes?
Yes, thank you, Kolovan. He at least understands what I'm saying. I mean, Christ.
I don't know. I mean, we're like I make things. This is what I wear. Why do I need to put other things on?
First of all, for the rest of your life, you will have to live with the fact that people saw you. You know what? I don't even know why I'm discussing this at the moment. Let's just go inside. I bet the guildmaster's already waiting for us.
Yeah, I might as well. I don't know what else we're going to accomplish standing out here.
Well, delays are inevitable. I was hoping for a few more seconds, but okay.
And then you'll kind of
okay
step inside. You go to your usual meeting room. Doesn't seem like the head guild member is there yet. She doesn't usually come late, so this is special, or are we early?
I mean, I don't have a watch. Don't you have one of your tools? Don't you have a watch or something?
Well, I mean, it can tell time, but you kind of need the sun, and we're inside. I don't really know that the sun's gonna cast a shadow, but there's nothing to cast a shadow. I can use like fire or like a light and pick up light and just shine it. I mean, like this, it could be any time you want it to be. Really, if you just use the light, you can turn it. The shadow will cast itself in any. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great concept for maybe like a time machine, but I don't think we have the power necessary to build that yet. But, keep it in your notes. That is a great idea. That is a great idea.
Alright, everyone seems to be going crazy. Okay, at least I'm not the only one. Oh, that's nice to know. I'm just curious about our planets. Okay, we have a moment right now. Alright, just let's maybe focus on what we oh, my nerves are getting to what we wanted to say. Do you remember?
Yeah, we don't want to start a war. That's the biggest thing.
Yeah, but how?
Well, this is why we came to this meeting, isn't it? We wanted to hear what other people had to say. We wanted to see what the actual feeling was. That surely not everybody wants to start a war. It can't be the thing that people want.
First of all, I have 2 kids, and I would also like to believe that.
Yeah, we know about the kids.
But it's important that you know that I have 2, which means I have twice as much responsibility as all of you, since you do not have children, alright?
Yes.
Anyways, what I meant...
What I think he's trying to say is what information we are willing to give up and in which context we are willing to do so.
Well, listen, I think it's absolutely important that we tell them that we did find something. That way, at least they know that we have some element of value to them. That there's that they didn't just give us something and nothing came of it. That we actually are as intelligent as we are. We need to tell them that we did find something.
Oh.
How much something is a different story.
Yeah. That I was about to ask, like, what are we going to say? I mean, we can't tell them about,
Well, the whole thing. No, surely not. We can't say that. We can say that there's power, potential power in it that we can use to harness and accomplish different things, but we just don't have. We have not had enough time to actually figure out what those specific things are. We don't know what the potential is.
Hold on. Wait, hold on. Wasn't that the point that we didn't wanted to say that they're useful? Wasn't that the whole point?
Well, no, but we wanted to say that they are useful to a point, right? Because that will make it seem like there's something to sort of, that both sides have something to bargain for. That it won't immediately start a disaster. If we say that there's just a little bit of power, then over time, months, years, other people, not us, hopefully, can maybe figure out the extra power. But I think I think we really should say that we know that there's potential, but there hasn't been enough time or resources put into this that we don't actually know how to go about harnessing the power and seeing what it can do. And
it sounds like you did sleep very well last night.
Did you?
No, I have 2 kids.
Oh my god.
What? You don't sleep well if you have 2 kids, alright? I have to take care of them. Anyways, I'm just worried about, sneaky individuals who, when they hear the word potential, they will think about bad things,
Sure. Okay, so how do you want to approach that then? How do you want to tell them that that we can find uses for this, but there isn't potential?
I mean, well, the way I kind of see it is, if we just tell them it's useless, then we don't risk anything, right?
True.
But on the other hand, it kind of, I don't feel like they would accept that answer, you know? They didn't give it to us to say, oh, no, it's useless. I mean, let's be realistic here, right?
Exactly. I think they know that there's something there. But that's why I'm saying we can't pretend like there's nothing there. It's fairly obvious what is here. You saw the box it got sent in.
Yeah, but that's like kind of maybe. Ooh, this is difficult. Maybe it's like they know it has potential, but how are we going to convince them that it's only good potential? You know.
I think it's just a matter of what we tell them. Obviously, we just tell them that.
But what are we going to tell them? What are we going to tell them? Oh man.
What did we talk about yesterday? We said that it could help. We could help the farmers. We can help the hunters. We can help, us artisans.
But okay, but we have to be a bit more specific here.
Yes, because if we tell them that we have the potential to create buildings on our own, that might sound very enticing to, break the pact. Yeah, I was kind of worrying about that, because even if we say it has good potential, that still might be enough for our people to break the pact,
Or we could just take the other direction and say that we simply just haven't had enough time to figure it out.
So we want to play the long game then.
The long game means that we prevent breaking a pact and starting a war. At least in the short term. The long game prevents the short game.
Wait, what?
If we play the long game
Play the long
and say that we need more time, it prevents the danger from occurring earlier so that we delay the potential for war by saying we need more time to research and develop. And I'm confusing myself.
Yeah, but are we then just delaying the very thing we are trying to prevent?
Well, that's exactly what I'm just saying. So you agree with me?
I feel like this is you are scamming me for an opinion, and I agree. Yes, even though I only half understand what you're trying to say.
Well, I mean, I don't understand what else there is to say. If we say it's good, then we risk breaking the pact. If we say it's bad, then all hell breaks loose in a matter of minutes, I think. So one way or the other, something's going to go wrong. Right?
Yes, that's why we have to find out the what's it called? Most minimal damage to be taken. Like, I took a course one time that talked about minimal damage. It was like a business class. Didn't really pay much attention, but it kind of stated you should always try to find the road of least resistance.
Oh, of course, yes.
Oh, all right. So how about we just say we kind of tip our toes into the water, right? Yeah, we only the toes. I always tell that to my kids. With the bath, if you don't know how hot the temperature of the bath is, put your toes in first, and then you know whether or not it's too hot. And we will do the exact same thing. If we get the feeling they already know a lot about it, we can reveal more information. Since it would be useless not to give away information, right? Since they already know it. And then
Yes.
from there we can kind of,
Exactly.
That is our plan, yes? This sounds like a reasonable one, or at least the best we have come up with. And, well...
we let them speak first.
Well, I
let
think
them
that would
talk. They're the higher ups, I guess. I don't know. Far outside my pay grade. I don't even care.
It's far beyond all our pay grades. Combined together, multiplied by 1,000, it would still be above our pay grades.
Yeah.
Oh,
yep.
Man. At this time, you kind of hear like a... as you see a flash of light, and a small figure walks into the door, as they always do, and you can see the headmaster, a small little female gnome, white hair, but only kind of in the middle, almost like a mohawk, but it just kind of drapes down and is tied together. She wears these kind of light green and dark green robes, steps in. You can see she already has like folds over the sides of her face, and very pointy long ears that droop down a little bit on the sides. Kind of looks like Yoda, now that I realize that. That's a good way to describe her. A female Yoda. And she kind of walks in, kind of looks at all of you. Alright. It seems like all of you are here. Well, I must apologize for my delay, but I had to talk with Zilnath. As you remember, she wasn't there yesterday, and apparently she also won't be there today. But you do not have to worry about that. I shall be taking care of that. You have more pressing and important matters to take care of. Yes? Are you all prepared?
No.
No, absolutely not, no. I must remind you, Headmaster, I have 2 kids, and you're putting me in a situation... Oh, right.
My hand just goes on top of his face.
Yeah, and then Finbian will understand. Maybe try different ways to exuberate your distress, maybe without mentioning your kids. He kind of takes on. Alright, well, I didn't expect any different answer from you then. Well, before we make our way there, if you would maybe kindly inform me what your discoveries were from your hopefully productive day yesterday.
Well, I mean, to start, obviously, this thing is powerful.
All right. And how
it could
powerful?
We could build things. Things can be created just like that. We were able to build little structures and create, create patches of dirt, and we were able to move, things from one place to another. That was simply just from tinkering with little bits of wire and cable and the power that comes out of this. We were able to do so many significant things just inside the small, well, not small, it was a pretty big warehouse. Anyway, where were we again? I forget. Does anyone remember where we were? Because I don't really remember.
Oh, here he goes again. Well, we were in a warehouse that was underground, and it was big.
Okay, but anyway, we could basically create things. There's potential to build buildings, build cities, build walls, build fortresses, I can imagine tools and machinery that we can use to give to the farmers, to give to the hunters, to give to people all across the world. The power, I have a feeling, is endless in here. It also might blow up.
Oh, so you do know about it then.
Yes.
Well, that is deeply disturbing. I was hoping that maybe you wouldn't know about it, because if you were able to find it out, that would mean, well, not to impede, but other individuals with the same skill level would probably also be able to figure it out.
Yes.
Well, my next question would be, what is your proposal at the meeting? What will you say?
We don't honestly know. It's kind of a either way is gonna cause trouble situation. We figure it's probably best if we just let the people, the higher ups talk, and we can kind of get a feel for what they know and what they're willing to talk about, and just maybe basically getting a vibe. We just want to feel the room.
All right. Well, there are a few things that I do have to say before we go into the meeting, which is, first of all, the reason why, well, I let you test it was not only because it was at the request of one of the archdukes who is in charge of the happenings, but I also wanted to see, well, how much potential we could gather in a short amount of time. And it seems like there's quite a lot. And I would just assume from context that all of you didn't have any prior experience with elemental chrysalises. That would mean any other artificer out there would also be able to discover the potential hidden inside of these artifacts. Now, what you know about the chrysalis right now stays with us. Is that understood?
Yeah, didn't you already tell us to make a vow of silence?
Yeah, like, did anything change? Now, what I would like to want you to do is to keep it also a secret from the Archduke or any other member of the Chamber of Dukes. In fact, anyone. You and me are the only individuals who are allowed to know this.
Okay, so wait, does this mean we don't say a word now at the meeting? Like, how does, what?
You should not talk about the potential that this chrysalis has, especially not, well, the big stuff. I think you all are aware what I'm talking about.
Obviously, yes.
The only things that you can mention are things that we already know and that are seen as commonplace. Making fields in rapid succession is no great secret, but being able to modulate it and increase its efficiency we shall not mention. We will say its powers are limited to the crystal itself and that further manipulation from the outside does not help.
Right.
I fear that if one of the dukes gets to know this information, that might sway him in his opinion to, well, sign the pact. So even if they personally invite you and request you to lay out everything you know, and even if they promise you the greatest riches, please steel yourselves. War's at stake.
Is there any situation where it is acceptable for us to just walk out because we are terrified?
No.
Copy that.
Alright then, I hope you have your finest clothings on. Kind of gives you a little stink eye, Eric. And, well, with that, we shall now proceed. And remember my words carefully. I know I've given you a lot in the last couple of days, but you are the people who could decide the future. I know I know I shouldn't say this, but my future are my 2 kids. Jesus Christ, Finnbean. Alright. And with that, you kind of step with her to the door, as you always have to do, as she then proceeds to teleport you. With that, we are now going to switch back over to the rooms of the 2 high elves. It is maybe like in the next minute or so you will have to, or you're probably gonna get picked up and brought to where the meeting would take place. Is there anything you would like to do before this happens?
So this meeting's getting ready to start.
Yeah, I'm getting a little bit nervous, to be honest.
Don't worry about it. Okay, it is a stressful meeting, but you have me and my keen eyes and senses. I think I will be able to determine who's genuine and who's not.
All right. I'll just take Arya's hands and look at her and say, would you allow me to just a second entertain me?
Anything for you.
And I'll close my eyes and I'll Servalon, please guide us. Show us the right way. All right, let's go.
Is that your person?
You could say that, yeah.
Okay. Alright. Let's go get this show on the road. And just remember, no matter what happens out there, I've got your back.
It wouldn't be the first time we get in trouble, but hopefully this time it doesn't involve the entire country.
Yeah, let's hope that. Let's not make fools out of ourselves.
Oh goodness. Suddenly the Leafina name is very heavy.
Aha, and that's why I don't share my last name. Unless I have to.
I probably should have done the same.
No, you needed to.
Yeah, it opens a few doors.
You're the important one here.
Don't say that, you're just as important.
Yeah, let's not let people know that.
Alright.
Alright, let's go.
Let's do this.
Okay. And we will then quickly jump into the other room immediately next to it. Your mother has, finished preparing herself, kind of getting to a different attire that seems to be a bit more pristine than her normal robes. She has like a kind of and also to compensate with the heat that is inside of Azathia, she wears kind of a more short-sleeved or thin-sleeved upper body dress, and then a kind of a long skirt that goes all the way down to her feet, but it seems to be a bit more lighter. And then she wears her publicly now her Holy Litania's necklace, and she kind of ties her hair together into a bun. Alright, well, this is going to be your first meeting, Fiera?
Yeah, I'm not too excited. Feeling I'm mostly here just to listen in these sort of environments.
Yes, well, I'm very grateful that you agreed to join me in this meeting. I know you came to Azathia for your own personal stuff, but I do believe, well, not only will you learn a lot from this meeting, but you maybe will get greater insights that could potentially help in your ways forward.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm not quite used to the lion's den of politics like you. But I will be watching you do your thing, and I haven't seen that in quite a while.
Yes, that is true. Well, I'm pretty certain that your father would be proud if he was here. I'm sure he's guiding and watching us from a safe space.
I believe that too.
Well, before we go there, I would also like to request, since you are a bit more arcane knowledge than I am, I only have a surface level understanding of these kind of things. And as we are discussing potential arcane usage of these chrysalises, I wouldn't mind maybe a bit of input from you too, since my knowledge about them is fairly limited. If you feel like you understand something better, would like to have me know, well, it would be great if you know, maybe whispered into my ear or let me know otherwise.
I will do my best. They are quite interesting.
That much I know as well. Well, let's just try and convince them maybe not to use them. Always get a bad feeling when people do. And at this point, you knock on the door. Just hear a voice say, I'm ready to pick you up to head to the meeting if you're ready. Yes, we'll be there in a second. Alright. Hopefully you have all the things you need. Well, Talia, you are always ready. You just answer, doesn't react. And she heads out, opens the door. Same guide who was there. And on the other side, you can also see now, stepping out of the room are Isawel and Aria. Kind of the same time, the guide would have probably knocked on your door before that and then kind of take you together outside. Seems like why I need two guys when both of them are immediately next to each other. At this point, you would also see he goes to a different room now. He kind of leaves you there. He just says, just wait here for a moment. I will take the other members who will also come with us. The representatives from college just arrived a couple of minutes ago. Goes to a different room, knocks there, says the same thing, and then after a short time you see a stout dwarf, very fine, black leathers, tightly knit to his form, enter out. He has this kind of brown, reddish hair that is pulled back into two large ponytails. It's got a big fat nose. His beard is nicely kept. It's been combed, but cut short. It doesn't puff out very much. And he walks out. He's almost well, he's even smaller than the guide. The guide is maybe like, 5'3". He's still young, and the dwarf itself is standing at a proud 4 feet, which is kind of tall for a dwarf. And you can see he kind of puffs his chest out a bit to, increase his height ever so slightly with the bit he can. And he walks out, and you can see he's got some thicker arms, not super thick, but doesn't seem like he just dwells in writing papers and talking. He probably maybe in the past done a bit of hard labor work himself, but he comes out, and behind him you can see a not the dwarf, but he is similar to Teliel, armored, but he has more a Viking style helmet where you do see the face of this dwarf, and you can see a tuft of just pure black hair kind of come out and jut out of it, kind of obscuring his face ever so slightly. But he wears these thick geometric shaped shoulder pauldrons that are very square like, a thick plate armor that's there, and there isn't like much design to it compared to Teliel or the half crescent moon guards who walk around this mansion. But instead it's just, you know, the thicker the iron the better is kind of the philosophy that he's carrying with him. And he stands out, and as he kind of sees the rest of you and says, "Oh, nice to make your acquaintance. Name's Leander Durich. No, that is the wrong name. My name's Tyrone Dwingard. Representing Collis. Nice to meet you all. I think we're going the same way, right? Yes. So if you could all come together, please." He kind of stoutly walks over first to your mother, Fiora, kind of just juts his hand out. You can see your mother hesitate a bit, but out of politeness kind of just daintily put her hand forward, and then you see this fat dwarven grip her hand, and you see her wince a bit. Nice to meet you, Sir Tyrone. It is my pleasure. Neriel from Fimbrodairs Canaan, representing Holy Listeners. Oh, nice to meet you. And got your companion with the Cherubim, Sentinel Court. Always with them. Always like your armor. Teliel doesn't say anything, just kind of stands there. And I see silent as always. Yes, that is what they do. And this is my daughter. She kind of guards you a bit after having witnessed this pressured handshake, and he also kind of lifts his hand out to shake your hand.
I prepare myself, and Fiera, it's to make your acquaintance.
Oh, Fiera! Grips it extremely hard. You can just feel the pressure immediately hit you, and this sting that just rumbles up your arm and goes limp for a second. Oh, nice hair color. Like it.
Thank you.
Alright then. Oh, probably representatives for Azathia. How are you doing, Tyrone Dwingard? Kind of juts out his hand to reach to you, Isoel.
Does the name ring a bell at all to me?
Make a history check.
Yep.
What was his name again? Sorry.
Oh yeah, I should also write that inside of here.
Ooh, I have no idea who this man is. I do not know anything about him.
Yeah, I think you're...
Can I roll and see if I know, and then I can like whisper in her ear so it makes it sound like she knows?
Sure. Yeah, make a history check.
I hope you get 20. There we go.
Dang! Yeah, you remember his name, Tyrone Dwingard. You didn't have a lot to do with colors, but one time when you were investigating that kind of included, you know, imports and exports from colors, you remember the name that he's a member of the Stonewell Assembly, which is basically the same thing as the Elsing Diplomacy Court inside of Azathia, so a diplomat. This is how you... Oops, no, not Elsing. He belongs to the Stonewall Assembly. He is also a kind of high-ranking individual who, you know, is respected inside of the circle, which is also why he's currently present at this meeting. And you also know that he has a lot to do with, you know, elemental chrysalises. Anything, the transport from one country to the other is often overseen by this individual. The only thing that kind of strikes you as weird is when you were kind of maybe while you were reading documentations about, you know, individuals that you went through, you remember some of his description of having, you know, very dark black hair, but now he suddenly is approached with red hair. So that is one difference that seems a bit weird. Maybe he had a, you know, change of mind and dyed it red, because apparently he seems to likes the color red, as he states with Fiora also having red hair. Or maybe dwarves is age differently and their hair becomes red, but you do pick up on that discrepancy.
I lean over to Israel and I'm just, so he's kind of high ranking and he's in charge of Crystal's exchange.
And I very slowly and softly extend my hand, but still kind of bow, because it's ingrained into my elven DNA to bow at the same time.
Yeah, he just swoops in, and without even having the empathy to realize that maybe you do not want to have your hand crushed, just crushes it. Yeah, and same thing that happens with Fiora. You can see your arm go a bit limp, the stinging pain of this immediate pressure. You can see that your blood just gets cut off for the moment, as it's so strong that the blood just stays inside of your hand and isn't able to escape. But he doesn't hold it for long, maybe like 2-3 seconds, as he kind of violently shakes that. Ah, nice meeting you. And where were you from again? You aren't from Sunania?
Sorry, I completely forgot to actually name myself. I am Izarel Leofina, and I am from Corvalli, and this is my friend and protector, Arya.
Arya! Also reaches out his hand.
I reach out and I'm expecting it at this point, so I try to match his grip.
Okay, then make a strength check.
This is gonna be hilarious. Just straight strength.
Yep, just straight strength, because that's literally the only thing you do. 10!
Alright, that's
Well,
Average is best.
I rolled a natural 1 for him. So, in fact, you overpower him a bit. You kind of go in, you're expecting it, and you just kind of pull him to the side and maybe pull him a bit closer to you as you kind of squeeze down on it. You aren't like pressing his hands the same way he was with the other ladies, but you kind of surprise him, and you can see first, you know, his eyes widen a bit, not expecting, you know, a young lady like yourself to be able to, you know, compete with this pressure. But then you can see a smile curl up behind his beard as kind of his mustache kind of reaches up a bit and says, "Oh, I can see why you chose her. She's quite strong."
Yes, I'm more than just a pretty face.
Ah, well, those are the prettiest faces, in my opinion. Kind of gives you a wink and says, "Well, I forgot to introduce my bodyguard. This is Errington Steelhammer. Name comes from what he does." And then the guy kind of just pulls out the steel hammer and then puts it back. "Yep, that's his one dear. Well, hopefully we will not have to use you or my bodyguard, eh? But we should be fine. We're in a high castle, right?" Kind of looks around.
Should be a peaceful meeting.
Sure.
Absolutely, and I do the same thing I did with Fiera's mom, and I druidcraft a native flower from Coles, and I just offer it to him.
It's like,
just take it as a sign of hopeful friendship and peace.
"Oh, sure." He kind of takes it, and then he eats it. It's like, yeah. Azathian's flowers would have a special taste. Thank you very much. Well, I will take that into consideration when we are doing our meeting. Well, let's not wait any longer, right? Kind of looks to the guide, and you can already see the guide is kind of like, "Yes, of course, Sir Dwellingard. Right away." Extremely nervous around him as he kind of steps behind him, leaving Dwellingard in his back. You can immediately see a shiver go down his back as he fears that maybe he will grab him from behind unexpectedly and throw him out of the window, because he seems like a guy who could do that and maybe out of fun would do that. But nonetheless, the guide keeps the composure and walks out. You now step out of the living space that surrounds you and go back to the nice open fields with trees and stuff, and you get led to the highest most plateau that is here, where the White Orchard's castle itself is situated at the top. And similar to the plateau beneath that, there also seems to be a entranceway carved inside of the cliff itself, but this one is a large steel gate that is shut close, and you can see two flanked on both sides, multiple Moon Crescent guard to be stationed here, and you can also see that next to the large, what seems to be like either iron or some other kind of metallic gate, there are these towers that were built into the cliff, but as you get closer you realize nope, they weren't built, they were terraformed out of the cliff itself to be perfectly matched with the cliff. And you know, you can also see at top of these cliffs are some heavy weaponry, ballistas that are stationed atop here, just, you know, for extra security in case anyone would do the not so smart move and try to step into the castle unsupervised. And as you approach, they kind of see you from the distance approaching. They see the guide there, and one of the guards just shouts to the other one, and you can see slowly the gates open. As it lifts inside into the cliff itself, and you can see a lightly illuminated hallway, no stairs, but seems to be like almost like a garage entrance, where, you know, it's just like a smooth curve up that you then walk into. As you do so, you can see the interior of this cave has been polished cleanly and made extremely smooth, and inside of it you can just see a, you know, engraved in different reliefs, a variety of, you know, just normal patterns but made very intricately. And as you look closer, you can see certain imperfections which let you know this wasn't terraformed but instead handcrafted individually. You can see like little blossoms and flowers that were, you know, carved out of the stone itself. And this imperfection gives a very unique and more pleasing to the eye look of it than the usual terraformed, built to perfection kind of aesthetics that you're used to. So this was, you know, this would cost a ton of money to do this, but you are at the center of the witches, the most powerful people inside of here who could obviously afford it. And as you kind of crescent up, it's a fairly long walk that you're taking, maybe like 5 minutes before you then emerge outwards. Also like a upper gate that is there, which has already been opened, that leads you into a big courtyard, and surrounding you, you can see the castle itself, but now from the inside, as you're surrounded by these extremely tall white buildings with pointy roofs on several of the buildings themselves. And the guy just kind of goes through and just kind of silently, well, not silently, but kind of says so everyone can hear, well, welcome inside of the White Orchard's castle. And then just continues on, kind of giving you the statement of approval that now you have indeed arrived inside of the castle. And you can see a ton of guards inside of here, and they look a bit different from the armor from the ones that were the plateau beneath it. And especially as you see two individuals kind of coming across from you from the courtyard, behind them looming, contrasting their silhouette is this huge castle, and then down there right in front of you, these two people, high elves, extremely elegant posture, green robes, intricately laced with different kind of ropes that tangle and hang just to give a bit more oomph to their clothing. Very high society like, and very intricate hairs that are braided into each other but then just fall down loosely behind them. Very long hair, very similar to Isorel. But you can see underneath these dark green robes, they wear these very white shirts and skirts that kind of go only to the knees, and the legs are actually exposed. And as they kind of approach behind them, each of them, you can see different guards. They wear this very bright, almost crystal-like white armor, and they themselves look like as if they are either emanating light or the refractions of the light from the sun just kind of hits in all directions. A bit like a disco ball, if you so will, that kind of shines around, and they're gleaming behind them, and they have these long spears also with a tip that is kind of felched into a also like just like a crystal shaped spear, pointy end as they approach. And you can see the guide says, your Regalty, you have come to pick them up. And then you see one of them is a male and the other one is a female, and the male kind of steps forward and says, I think you all have arrived healthily, or at least those who have come. Let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Duke Leander Thürisch Verratgeber. I shall be helming this meeting. And I am Selina Wertzin Verratgeber, also accompanying this meeting. And I shall write both of their names, sort of, yeah, because
Yes.
these are some
Thank
funky
you.
names. Here's a... Okay, I don't... What? Oh, I know why. I know why. Because they do not like these symbols. That is the... And... Boop.
Which one was the Duke?
Leander.
Yeah, and I forgot to say, but the other one is Duchess Selina Wertzin Verratgeber. So the female version of a Duke.
So Leander's the Duchess?
No, Leander is the Duke, and Selina is the Duchess.
Okay, that's what I was trying to... I got confused for a second, sorry.
No worries. Okay. You can see the dwarf kind of someone says, good to make your acquaintance. Tyrant Burning Guard, Stonewall Assembly. Nice to be inside of your castle for once. Usually I'm always up north or Valmiert. Good to come down south, weather quite a bit more warmer. Yes, well, I hope you do not find it too disturbing, but I can assure you the insides of the castle walls will be cool enough for your pleasure. Well, that's good to hear, right? Or am I the only one who disdains the heat? Well, I do come from colder regions. And then you can see Nerio, so the mother of Fiera, can also speak up. No, I usually also prefer the cold, but a nice change of pace isn't all too bad once in a while. Well, true words have never been spoken. Well, how about we get this meeting on the road? Yes, alright. Well, you can then follow us. We shall lead you to the rooms now. And you...
Can we take a quick break? I have to use the bathroom.
Damn, I was just about to make the break when you were entering the room. But you can take it now too. Yep, because I also got to pee the whole time. I was keeping it in. I was like, okay, 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes.
I was like, I don't want to ask, but I was like, we're getting to a point where I'm gonna like not want to ask.
Yeah. We're gonna do it now. I got no idea how to pause, so we'll just stop the recording. Because it doesn't make a difference. Because we're recording.
Recording.
Okay, I was like, is that what he means? Are we recording again?
No,
I'm worried if that's in there.
No, unfortunately not. But we do not need to give away all our secrets, especially not what I say during the break.
Yeah.
Yeah. But we are... Yeah?
No, just saying, like, once we will be recording, I do have an addendum to mention about my character that would be quite important. I forgot to describe a very important part of her.
Oh, well, we are
That,
already recording.
Oh, we are recording. Okay. Great, then. Ha! So, anyone that is in the group with us and that has eyes that can see would see that Izarel has a necklace that basically covers the entirety of her neck and comes down to like her shoulders. And it has kind of a half crescent coming down between her shoulder blades that ends up with a small moon, and it looks very delicate and intricate, and it's sparkly a little bit, almost as if it was reflecting again the night sky.
Very nice. Reflecting the night sky as you approach. Well, to be fair, this is currently morning. It's about, 11 a.m. But when it's night, it reflects the night sky. Yeah. You then follow the lead of the Archduke and Archduchess, and you go into the castle. To describe everything that's inside of here would take way too long. So you can just imagine truly, if you've ever been into a real castle, which I know the North American kind of people don't really witness a lot of castles, so I apologize, but me being in Europe, I have seen quite a lot of castles. Which is not good for the situation, because then you can't really imagine. But what it looks like is similar to your mansions that you were staying at, just a lot bigger. So when your ceilings were 20 feet high, it is here always at least 40 or maybe even 60 feet high. These are extremely tall hallways, and for the most part you don't even see a second floor until you get to certain points, as you now go into the main chamber, where is this large wooden door that is made out of a very deep red saturated mahogany, which also has carved inside of it, the emblem of the Ferratgeber family. And they stand open as they welcome you in, and inside you can see more guards and attendees and retainers inside of there doing their business. You can see as you all approach, they all kind of stop what they're doing and then just kind of bow towards you, and then they stay bowed until you pass them. And the main chamber that you enter inside of the castle itself, as you kind of exit the courtyard, it is truly just one big plaza of a room. You can see again the emblem in the middle of the room itself, which is just, the emblem is a typical shield crest, and then a brick wall with a big V inside, very calligraphy like made and then placed on it. And as you kind of go over it, you can see it shifts colors a bit. The emblem in the middle of the floors, every time you step over it, you can see it shimmers a bit from where you step on it, and as you leave, you can see your footprints kind of trail a bit behind and then just vanish out. It has like a very magical feel to it, whether it's actual arcane magic being used or if it's just an innate property of the stone, hard to tell. But you then get led left down a very tall corridor, and at this point you notice, while the buildings inside of here are extremely large and grand, especially this main plaza that you're in, as you look down the hallway, it seems like they're very slim compared to how tall they are. So while it seems to go like 80 feet or so, and maybe even beyond that, maybe the second floor is 80 feet high, it's just maybe like 20 feet wide as you then go down one of the hallways. So it almost feels like you get a sense of vertigo as you kind of step inside of there, almost as if you're going to backflip or something like that, as you are, almost diminished by the architecture. And you can see a very common theme in all elven architectures are these just brightly decorated pillars that just go all the way up to once again enforce the height of these buildings. it's very reminiscent of holy religious churches where they deliberately make them just so large so you feel humbled just being inside of them. This is just now a living space, which is a bit maybe odd for people who aren't used to it. And after that you get brought into a room which is small in comparison to everything else. It is maybe 30 feet diameter, and in the middle there's a large octagonal table. Word almost escaped me. And it's also made out of this very pristine, dark, very red saturated mahogany wood that is placed in the middle, and you can see very fine chairs with a very complementary contrast of these lime green cushions that are placed on them, or these paddings that you can sit upon. And as the not the Archduke, the Duke. Archduke is higher than the Duke. He's just a Duke. Steps inside, says, "Well, we will have our meeting here. Please, there should be enough seats for everyone."
I'm gonna let everyone walk in the room before me, and kind of stay at the back with Arya. And once we're the only ones left to enter, I'm just gonna put my hand on her shoulder, kind of behind her. And if there's anyone behind me, they would see that my hand is glowing. And I'm just gonna tell her, just let me know what you see, and cast guidance on her to enhance her perception.
All right. Well.
So she will, Arya will get 1d4 on a perception check in the next minute or so.
Yes, I still would want you to make a sleight of hand
No
check,
problem.
just to see how subtle it really is. Okay, it's decent. If anyone has a higher passive perception than that, or equal to that, they would be able to see her do that, which I currently do not know if any one of you does.
Not me.
Just me.
Yeah, but I presume you are the only one aware of this anyway, since you get it. Yeah, the other people don't seem to care too much, and go inside. You'll take a seat. Where would you like to sit? So it's a octagonal table, and you can either just describe whether you want to be on the south, north, northeast, east, southeast, south. Where would you like to sit? Is what I'm asking.
I would want to be if Israel's okay with it. I would want to sit on the side kitty corner from the door, so we could see if anyone is like outside or wanting to enter.
I was gonna say we would like to be facing that way.
See, this is why we're friends.
Okay, wait. So do you want to be facing the door or be closest to the door?
Facing towards the door, away from it.
Ah, okay. Then you would be at the northern part. But since you were the last one to step in, I do have to mention that Mr. Tyrone does take the northmost seat from the door itself, so you would have to sit next to him to still be able to see the door. You could also just take, either the east or west side, and you would just have to tilt your head to the right to be able to look at the door.
Are we okay with sitting next to him?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't want to make him feel like there's something wrong with him or he's smelly or something.
Okay.
So I would just go straight to the northeast one and look at him and say, "Do you mind if we sit here?"
No, it'd be my absolute pleasure. Please do.
Thank you.
Okay. Then. Fiora, do you have any?
Yeah, she just follows her mom's. Wherever she sits, she'll sit next to her.
Okay, she will just take the eastern side, and sit next to you as well, and Arya. So now you're kind of flanked between Tyron and Nerio. That's her name.
And I assume Teliel is probably just standing.
Yeah, he's just standing. He goes to
Yeah,
the
okay.
corner, and you can see also behind Tyron, Mr. Stonehammer also just stands behind them, and you can see the Duke. I would keep wanting to call him Archduke. I don't know why. They will.
Homeschooler.
They will sit to the flank of you, Fiera. Not flank. Well, reverse flank. So immediately in front of you, which would be the westernmost side. The Dukes, and that is every member currently here now. You can see as the Duke sits down and says, well, there we're still awaiting a few other members. In the meantime, could we have some maybe beverages, please? And you can see one of the attendants who was standing next to the door says, yes, of course, Your Equity. Leaves. And then they just kind of sit there in silence, and they start discussing amongst themselves, kind of whispering to each other. But you are currently seated inside of here. The door is still left open, as it seems like you're still expecting people to arrive. Is there anything you would like to do while you're in here?
Since I only have guidance for like a minute, I would want to just kind of observe kind of everybody and how they're sitting, like if they're feeling like if they're sitting kind of off to the side, like kind of leaning away from anyone.
Okay, so make an inside check.
Sadly, I don't get guidance on insight, but that's okay.
Wait, don't you? No, you get guidance for everything.
Oh, she said just on perception.
No, it's on one type of.
I thought you could just choose.
Yeah, one ability check.
Okay, but do you have to say it beforehand? Because I'm used to just people just fucking spamming the shit and just saying, yeah.
Yeah, I've
Of its choice, yeah, you can choose, Arya. You
Oh, great.
Oh, okay. So then I roll
That's
an
it.
extra d4.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Ooh, 16. You definitely. Well, first of all, you probably observe the Duke and the Duchess, since, you know, they're the most prominent characters in this room currently. They seem to be. They aren't necessarily nervous. They are more reserved in the sense that they are wanting to see what happens. They had a lot of meetings of this kind, and which is why they're probably extremely used to them. But you do sense a bit of, well, not disdain. Disdain is a strong word, but a repulsion from Mr. Tyron, and you get the sense because they are so brass, they do not like their presence very much. So they are kind of. There was a reason why they didn't choose the northern west side, but you also get the sense that they wanted to be facing the Holy Litany specifically to also kind of read what they are up to. That's the sense you get with a 16. Tyrone, he is just. It's kind of uncannily relaxed with the way he's kind of doing these things, and it's very off-putting. It kind of also puts your senses off a bit. It's hard to read whether or not it is a, you know, way to just, you know, keep your stress levels down, or if it's just his character and that he just doesn't get nervous. But you also know that dwarves usually are a bit more outgoing than the average folk, so that kind of tracks. The Nerio, so the mother of Fiera, she seems very calm and composed. She is, you know, just thinking to herself what she's probably going to say. You get the sense she's just preparing for what's about to happen. Her nervousness has kind of faded into now just, okay, the task is now at hand, and she has kind of switched her mind to now it's work, and it ain't pleasure no more. I guess, Fiera, if there's anything special of note about your character, you could gladly mention it now.
Not really anything special. She's largely ignoring the current people at the table, and is probably just, looking around, daydreaming.
Yeah.
Maybe leaning toward Neriel a bit more for comfort.
Okay. Is there anything you would like to do while you're in this room?
Oh.
Okay. A few minutes pass, and then the silence gets disrupted by a wheeling noise as a few of the attendants walk in with beverages, but it seems like only water is currently being served. And they have these very nice crystalline glasses with a crystal texture outside, and they kind of just put it in front of everyone. You can see 2 servant attendants that proceed to, you know, pour in this fresh crystal water and then puts it in front of everyone. And after that happens, they leave. And then you wait another couple of minutes. And it's very eerie. It's supposed to happen, but you're just sitting here in silence. And then you can probably hear from outside, man, this really ain't it. I can't control everything. Jesus Christ, Fabian, get your act together, we're almost there.
Eirik is super confused and very sort of, I guess, awestruck, but in a like terrified way, like looking at everything but doesn't know where to actually look, and he like staying very quiet now, which is weird.
Yeah, this commotion kind of permeates through the hallways. The way you arrived is, you know, the headmaster teleported to the main courtyard, was greeted, and then you took kind of the same way there, but you had a bit of a delay, as the headmaster had already said. And you kind of also now step into the room, and you can see the headmaster step in, kind of bows towards the Duke and the Duchess. I must apologize for our somewhat late arrival. Seems like I had a few things to deal with prior, but seems like we aren't the ones who are last. Yes, it seems so. Well, you may take the seat on the side, or at least your members can. Very well. At this point, you can see there's a separate table that is kind of nudged to one of the walls to the side, a smaller table with smaller chairs, and enough chairs for all of you to sit down. It seems like you aren't seated to the main table itself. The headmaster kind of just looks at you, just gives you a knowing look, and then she'll just steps to the very end of the table that is at the wall. You are on the west side, so you are facing the back of the Duke and Duchess, since you are kind of behind them, while everyone else can kind of see you guys. You can see the shivering hands of Finbian kind of just sit down. He just gives like a nod to everyone, but gets keenly ignored, and just sits down, kind of whispers to you, if I pass out, tell my 2 kids that I love them, and everything is going to be alright. And then he kind of just places his shaking hands onto the table.
Sure, yep, sure, yep.
Just nods. You can see Heinrich next to you, also just sitting down there staring at the wall. And you guys, where you sit is your backs are faced towards the table. You aren't looking at them. So to look at the main table, you would have to turn around or turn your chairs around. The high elf, Kolovan, kind of also sits down. Says, well, we have discussed everything. There is nothing to worry about. And you can see a slight nod from the headmaster. And it's at this time, as you step in, you see another figure walk inside, a female high elf who is very tall, probably around 6 feet, 5'11", around there. Long grey hair with a few very bright platinum blonde strands that accompanies them. She wears a mix out of white robes enlaced with kind of a long mantle. So if she would lift her hands, you could see that the sleeves would almost touch the floor. Very long kind of draped clothing, and there's a mix of elven and Lichnia style. As she walks in there and she says, you can see she's a female, just kind of nods to everyone. She sees the Duke. Inaria, it is about time too. Is there a reason for your late arrival? She kind of just nudges her head, tilts it up a bit, looks up, looks back down, and responds, no, there is no worries. Just minor hookups at the High Court. She kind of then swooshes in to take the southernmost seat from the table. And at this point you can see the Duke turn to the door and says, right, you may close the doors now, and as I have instructed, no one is to enter this room until I say so. Is that understood? See, one of the retainers says, yes, loud and clearly, Your Frailty. Very well. And then the door closes. And you're inside of a dimly lit room, enough to see everything. You can see the faces of everyone else. And you can see the Duke kind of push his chair a bit back and then stand up. And then address the room. So, I think everyone has arrived now, and we can now officially commence this meeting about the Celiana's Pact. But before we start, I think it is not a bad idea to introduce ourselves one last time, just so we are aware of everyone else in the room. Once again, I am Duke Leander, I forgot his name, Leander Thürich Verratgeber. Next to me, I have my wife. Hello, my name is Selina Wertzenverratgeber, Duchess Selina Wertzenverratgeber. And we shall be helming this meeting and, well, as request from the representatives of Collis, see how this will transpire. And I shall give the lead to you then, Mr. Yes, Tyrone Dwenningard, member of the Stoneworker Assembly of Collis. Nice to make your acquaintance. Hope to make this meeting productive. Should I introduce my... Alright, well, not of importance, but this is my bodyguard. Anyways. And to my left. And then he kind of just looks to you, ISOL.
Hello, everyone. My name is Isarel Leafina from Corvalli, and I'm here to represent the interests of Azathia. And with me is my friend Arya, and also my protector.
Well, it's my turn. My name is Neil Kron. I am member of the Serverlux Holy Assembly, and we are representing in good faith of the region of Fimbrodaeus of Canaan, appointed by Metropolitan Saint Thomas Aquinas himself. And with me I have my daughter, Vera, who is a intellectual accompaniment, as my knowledge about arcane is limited. And behind us too we have our guardian, Teliel, who is also here for added protection. But I hope and pray that will not be necessary. And then to the very south, you can see the very tall, slender, great-haired woman say, "Hello, my name is Inaria Hochwürdig. I am the head judge of the Nicene High Court inside of Sunach Anir. Nice to make your acquaintance." The Duke speaks up again and says,
Just quickly, could we get a
Ooh,
spelling of that
yep.
name, please?
I should remember to always do that. There it is.
Thank you.
The Duke kind of speaks up and says, "Well, we were expecting a member of the Nicene Council, but it seems like Saint Wolfgang Friedrichsen was delayed and he had his own appointments to attend to, which is why he is not here. But we are glad to have her as a representative who represents the Holy Litanies on side of the Nicene Creed to instruct us on, well, its laws. Well, then, behind us, we also have, you can see the headmaster step up, the little gnome. "Hello, my name is Rinupila Ainupintre." Tough one, I definitely have to spell. Because I love giving gnomes crazy fucking names. That's just the way I do it.
Gnomes need crazy names.
Yep,
Gnomes are crazy.
there it is.
In the best way possible.
Yep. Says, "I am the Minister of the Research and Development Program inside of Stunania, and I also run the Mages Providence Guild inside of Stunania. With me today, I have all members of the guild, except for one who also was unfortunately delayed and wasn't able to make her appearance. And we are to guide the conversation as respect to our knowledge with the elemental crystallises, if any questions should come up." Sits back down. The Duke's in. The Ander speaks up again. "Alright then, I would then say let's open this discussion. And I think, Tyrone, since you are the one who keenly requested this to take place in the first place, how about you lead this conversation then?" "Sure, gladly. Seems like everyone else is a bit shy. No worries. I have come here today to represent Kulish, but more than just that. We would like to have requested a pact with Azathia officials, as we wish to trade more openly with elemental crystallises. And our goal is to not only increase the amount we are allowed to hold, but also investigations about them, the usage of them, and truly anything related to them. They are major, powerful artifacts that lay around the world, and the Nicene Creed, unfortunately, well, forbids us from using them or investigating them any further, as they proclaim them to be, well, a corrupting force that could tarnish our people. I, however, say, which is why I have come to this meeting, that no evidence has shown that this is the case, and in fact, the reason why the Holy Legionnaires says so is so they can gatekeep the elemental chrysalises for themselves, keeping a higher authority over the other nations. That is my statement. At this point, Neriol, representative of Canaan, says, very well, I think it is only fair that I respond, as I seem it is directed towards me. While I can see your point, and I respect that the people believe that we might gatekeep these chrysalises to harbor power for ourselves, I can vindictively say with utmost confidence that that is not the case. We know that these elemental chrysalises from the text of the Legionnaires Biblicum are ancient artifacts left behind by the devils, and devils were a corrupting force when they still walked on our lands. Through the angelic war, however, we were freed from the corruption, and as such we would like to keep our country and the continent itself freed from their forces. I do not know which investigations you have done with these chrysalises. However, I do believe that their innate power does tend to misguide individuals, and that using them extensively can result in a corrupted mind. Interesting point you make. However, I also do not know about the corrupting force of these chrysalises, and I can neither verify, this is the Duke speaking, whether or not the Holy Legionnaires speaks true, or the representatives of colors speak true. Do our experts, with the limited time they had with them, know anything about that? Kind of looks to the headmaster and the group of stray individuals at the side table. The headmaster kind of gives you all a look, and she says, no, we have neither confirmation of either of these facts. We cannot precisely say whether or not they do or don't corrupt individuals. Well, as it seems like we aren't able to verify this at this current point of time, I shall deem this argument as soluble and unproductive. Taiwan kind of snouts at that remark, says, alright. Well, I have something else that I would like to add, which is the potential of these chrysalises, as I am not able to sway you to say that they do not corrupt. I might add that the powers they hold are great. Elemental powers, which we could use to benefit the people at large. Alright. Well, I would like to hear from my other Azathia compatriots how they think about this. Kind of looks to you, ISOM.
Well, while I do agree that these chrysalises hold great power, if you ask me personally, I personally am scared of what that potential could become in the wrong hands. But then at the same time, I don't want to delve into the doubt of what if someone is good, what if someone is bad. I wish to give the benefit of the doubt to everyone. Everyone has the potential to be a good person or a bad person. But we have to think on a larger scale. We all want what's the best for our nations. We all want our nations, our people to thrive. And I think we can all agree that everyone around this table wants to avoid casualties that could be avoided, literally. And I would use caution before making harsh decisions solely on the base of potential powers that we do not know about.
I full-heartedly agree. Mario steps in, Demons of Yara. I also think that while it may be true that these chrysalises hold large amount of potential, it is potential that we cannot control. And if we increase the usage of them, that would also allow more people to have influence over their potential strengths, which we do not fully understand yet, and that might lead to disaster. Even if we say they do not corrupt the minds of people, I still believe there are individuals in this world who would just love to abuse the power they can get their hands on. And part of the Nicene Creed, and which is why we made it so strict, is to assure that the wrong people do not get their hands on the wrong things. And I would like to keep it that way. Our continent, as I would like to remind you, Sir Darrington, has seen peace for the last 800 years since we have established control and order inside of our continent. And I would like to keep it so.
I would like to put a small grain of salt, as we know there has been a little bit of chaos to the east. So to say that the entire continent is at peace would be a bold lie. But if we could keep these instances as localized as possible, would also help maintain the relative peace that we have now.
Yes, this is a great point Mrs. Isabel puts on the table. You talk about peace, Mrs. Nerio, your brightness, excuse me. However, I might remind you what happened about, I don't know, was it 350 years ago? Where an entire nation was wiped from the surface of the earth and we should pretend like it never happened? How would you explain that? You can obviously see her become extremely distressed and upset by mentioning this event.
Who was the one that mentioned the event?
Leander. No, oh Jesus, Tywin, the college representative.
Okay.
She looks distressed, looks concerned, but then she kind of regains her composure and says, "Admittedly, we are far from perfect, and this incident has definitely tainted our order. And I am also ashamed to say that it is in any way associated with what we have done. However, it was a decision rashly made because the events that made it happen were greatly upsetting for our side as well. And there was a lot of mystery surrounding what has happened during there." Yes, a lot of mystery, it seems like, because no one actually knows why the fuck this took place, right? Instead, you
That's not true.
well, enlighten us then.
I've spent quite a while, looking into such things, as we can learn quite a bit from our past, and it's been spotty at best. It was deserved. You see, a long time ago, we tried to make friends with Tellus. Our archbishop even went over there to try to make peace with them, to grow a friendship. And he was assassinated on their lands.
You see a visible reaction from everyone, except maybe Aria or I suppose I can choose certain reactions. But the Duke, Duchess, the head judge doesn't react that much. Seems like she probably knew that. But also Tyrone expresses like visible, like surprise. It's like, "Alright, I didn't know that. I didn't know that the life of one individual would mean the life of hundreds of thousands. That surprises me."
Well, that was a matter of leadership. A good leader fell, and a bad leader needed to be used as an example.
So you're saying that we should just hope that the Holy Legionnaires get their bad leader or a good leader, and on a bad day, well, we just have to hope not to get wiped out, is what I'm gathering from what you're saying. No. I believe, yes, this was an incident that occurred and has tainted our history. However, you are neglecting the fact that over the course of the other 800 years, we have protected countless people. We have given you our utmost support. The building we are in right now, every building you see in this city, was built with the help of our light crystals, and we station our crusaders across the entire continent in order to wipe out the demons. But you are focused solely on one event that happened in the past, and yes, admittedly, it was a mistake. However, to say and argue that all of our decisions are based on one bad event is immature and ignorant, in my opinion. See the Duke kind of spoke up. Very well. That still comes to a great surprise that the first Archbishop was assassinated. However, Sir Tyrone does raise a valid argument in that definitely does not justify the genocide that took place after this event. However, this event has put a deep scar into all of our minds, since any action that, well, happened after that always came with great consideration whether or not you would do it a second time.
At that question, can I activate my ring detect thoughts?
Yeah, absolutely you can. What would you like to gather from this ring?
So, because with it is that I can cast the detect thoughts like once per long rest
Yep.
for just the spell.
Yep.
So when that phrase just happened, I want to see what thought pops up in the counter argument of it.
Okay. So you are waiting until someone makes a counter argument, and then you want to look into their mind, what they're saying.
Yes, to see like how they actually feel.
Okay. They say that, the Duke says that, and then Neville would then say, well, we have been tainted by it, as I have said. However, our current Archbishop, I can say, is very adamant about protecting people. He started the crusade for that very reason, and he is dedicated to the task of, well, getting rid of the demonic blight that has been plaguing us since the beginning of ages. So you kind of read her thoughts. Her surface level thoughts are kind of just like, she's kind of thinking, oh, I knew this argument would be brought up. Kind of surprised that the daughter stepped in to reveal the truth. Is a bit kind of like, not ashamed, but maybe embarrassed, but also kind of proud that she did step in, since there was no other way out of this argument, and it's the only justifiable way to kind of proceed with the conversation without having them be entirely distrustful of her. Those are her surface thoughts that you get. Would you like to dig deeper?
No, because I don't want her to know that I'm actively probing.
Okay.
But I do want to, since I can move it to another one, I want to move it to Tyrone and see how he's perceiving and what he's feeling.
Okay, so
They're the big fish in the room.
yeah, at that moment where you kind of switch, you get the surface thoughts of typical holy licheniers, definitely preventing us from getting anywhere, are kind of the surface thoughts.
All right.
Nerio then kind of continues to say, so at least I can give from my side the utmost trust that the Archbishop now would never do such a thing. She kind of looks through the High Court judges. She kind of also nods, said, yes, the day the angels cried was an unfortunate event, but we have moved on since, and we have learned from the mistake that was made 351 years ago. And if you'd like to stay in a place 351 years ago, you shouldn't have joined this meeting, Sir Tyrone. Says, alright, so we will just have to believe in their faith that the Archbishop now should not do that. But I remember 2 years ago, what happened there again? Can someone refresh my memory? There was a second massacre, was there not? Wasn't there the Lightbearer massacre? As far as I was concerned, there were peaceful protesters standing in front of the holy capital city, and then in an instant they were annihilated.
and they were only using words as weapons, and you used force.
Nerio, Azathia kind of steps and says, "That is preposterous, and lies have been spread. I do not know the specifics. However, I did talk with the Metropolitan, and he also said that this incident was staged. None of the light bearers were present at the time when this occurred, and it is a fabrication made by someone else."
Well, that seems to be a great excuse, if you ask me, to say someone else did it, and I bet you also have a victim to blame.
She kind of just looks taken back and isn't really sure how to respond.
Well, I would still like to know what the Elsting diplomat has to say about this.
He looks at you as well, kind of gauging how you feel about this.
We did not come here to put the Holy Lichnews on trial. They clearly made mistakes in the past. But I don't want to judge an entire nation just based on someone standing in front of me right now. Since today's meeting is not concerning the Holy Lichnews and what they did or may have done or may not have done, so I don't want to delve into that realm. We are here to talk about the Creed and what we want to do about it, and we're here to talk about the chrysalises. So if we could put aside our suspicions about each other for just a couple minutes and try to think about which way would benefit everyone the best without causing diplomatic incidents.
Well, I would agree. Then, what do you propose then, Miss Isaacel?
I have an idea that might suit everyone. We can all agree that we don't have enough information about these chrysalises. Some say they're evil, some say they're great. Our friends at the other table over there, and I point towards the guild members. They specialize in researching in these things, if I understood correctly. Well, what about if we took some time as a whole to study those things and try to see a little bit what they are about? I would propose in this way a representative from each nation to come together and form a group to look at those chrysalises and work with the research and development to figure out more information about this so that we can then sit back down and have a better understanding at what the Creed could become in the future. So this way we could prevent everyone's worst fear, which would be a war.
Yes, very well put. Well, in fact, I have instructed the headmaster and their associates
as we have been given a Medax Chrysalis, I believe, prior to this meeting, and I have allowed them to investigate them a few days beforehand. You can see a bit offended Nerio react, and the Nicene High Court member, since technically that would have been a break of the Nicene High Court, since they have investigated it without the notice of the Nicaea Council. But
And Arya kind of, her eye twitches just slightly.
okay. And the Duke kind of turns around, looks at the headmaster and says, well, I think this is a good time as any to maybe tell us what you have found out. The headmaster kind of just looks to the group of you guild members and just kind of nudges you to start talking.
Arek's not gonna he's not gonna look at anybody. He's focused like very much in his own headspace right now. And just he starts saying things like we agreed that we don't know enough about whether it is good or whether it is harmful. We have done some work to try to understand what it does. We believe that under the right circumstances, we can accomplish good things for the people at large. I myself know of a group of farmers who would greatly benefit from technology that can help them do their job quicker and more efficiently. If there's a way to get power from these elements to help, we think that would be a great thing for anyone here that we know and anyone else around the world.
Yeah. Just what he said.
Yep, would be extremely helpful with people who have 2 kids or more, who have family that can more easily support them. Yeah. So, what I am gathering is it would be extremely beneficial to know more about them, and we could use these chrysalises as a way to further our own society. Am I correct?
The society at large, we don't believe that this is something that only one group of people or one country or region can benefit from.
At this point, you kind of... Oh, you want to say?
Yeah, can I just get a read on my mother quick?
Yes.
Is she freaking out, I'm assuming?
Yeah, make insta check with advantage, because that is your mother.
Oh, I don't need it. It's fine.
Oh, shit. Well, dang. Well, you know it.
This is a Kai. This is new character.
What is this? What is this? TPK, bring back.
I mean,
Jesus.
It's your mom. You know your mom.
Right?
That's true. That's true.
Before I say anything, Aria, would you have switched your mind reading thing over to Eric while he was explaining about the chrysalises?
Yes.
Okay, make an insight check. And Eric, you can make a deception check.
Ooh.
Oh, that's not that good.
Well, that's worse.
Well,
I think
That's hilarious.
everyone in the room is keenly aware that he is holding something back. Like the way he chooses his words are extremely deliberate and careful because he's dancing around something that he does not want to mention. Yeah. And you could probably, Aria, while you were kind of reading the minds of Eric, I just imagine Eric is just saying, don't say that, 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 over and over again. So he doesn't say that. And then you get immediately the sense like, oh, he knows something. Back to your mother.
I would, because I know that he's trying to hide something, I would actually probe deeper.
Ooh.
Then a wisdom save from Eric, which I believe he's super great in.
Oh, yeah, just fantastic at it.
Oh, dang.
Yeah, it's a wisdom
it's
save.
not bad.
Yeah, 14, dang.
I think you needed to beat a 15. Yeah, 15 save.
Well,
Dang.
One
Well,
short.
that -1 is the downfall. Now, I'm not sure as whether or not they immediately know that you're being probed into, or is it after the spell ends?
Is it detect thoughts?
Yes, it's
Yeah.
detect thoughts.
So, that either way, the target knows that you are probing into its mind, and unless you hang on. If it fails, you gain insight into its reasoning, if any, its emotional state, and something that looms large in its mind, such as something it worries over. If it succeeds... the spell ends. Either way, the target knows that you're probing into its mind. Unless you shift its attention to another creature's thought, the creature can use its action on its turn to make an intelligence contested. If it succeeds this... I don't know, this is confusing.
It sounds like I know regardless.
If it succeeds.
yes, it sounds like
Yeah.
like the Eric would know that
Yeah.
he's getting
Yeah.
probed.
Yeah, either way, the target knows that you are probing into its mind.
Mhm.
Well,
If-
it's doing like combat rules, so technically you could try to just kind of go out of it immediately, and then I would have to try to make an intelligence check to see whether or not it did happen. So you kind of get 6 seconds in before you can try to abort, and then Ivy can try to suss out whether or not his mind was being read, is how I'm getting.
Okay.
So, well, you did succeed, so you do dig in deep. I guess, Eric, you can tell me, what are your deep thoughts that you're having at that moment while you were kind of saying that?
Very deliberately trying to avoid, from his personal point of view, very deliberately trying to avoid just rambling because he doesn't want to make a fool of himself. He's super nervous and super like stressed at the second, mainly because he knows that if he says the wrong thing, this entire situation, room full of people, can probably break down into chaos, and really wants to make sure he doesn't reveal that that they know that there's actual power, like dangerous power potential, in what they've only just recently started researching.
Yep. You can get more specifics if you like to stay inside of him. But that is the first
I
success.
don't want to, because if he beats my intelligence check, then my spell would end. So I'm going to transition it to someone else so that I don't lose the spell.
Well, regardless, he still can't make it because you go away. He was still making contest intelligence check, unfortunately.
Okay.
So, yeah,
So then, yeah.
it's kind of how. Ooh. Oh,
Okay.
no, wait, that was investigation. It has to be straight intelligence. You're twirling.
I hit the wrong one.
It's a big one of the big
Yeah.
six. Oof.
Just straight investigation. Intelligence. Sorry.
Yep, so intelligence.
We're all smart group.
Okay.
17.
Alright, so my spell ends.
Yeah, and Irik, you are very aware that someone has just went into your mind as you were thinking about it.
Yeah. And you basically, as that sudden realization kicks in, you see him like completely just tense up his body, and just his chair shifts back from the table that he was sitting in. He just freezes, and he just starts to like it looks like his skin is almost crawling. Like he looks so uncomfortable. Just yeah.
You see Finby next to you. Everyone kind of attention gets grabbed to you as your chair kind of creaks down. So, Irik, are you alright? Is something happened? Do you have to go to the toilet?
I don't know. I don't like it.
What was this disturbance here? As the Duke kind of speaks up, annoyed that something disrupted the conversation. Is something you would like to tell us?
I don't even know I don't know what happened. I can't focus anymore.
Well, right, please.
Can I get the answer on the insight check? Because that way I might intervene here.
Yes. Oh man, I'm sorry, I completely forgot about that.
That's right. We like froze time and
Yeah.
did 6 different things, so I got
Yeah.
you. No problem.
Sorry about that.
Nope.
Sorry.
That's really interesting.
Yeah, it's a random thing to do at this point. Yeah, you see your mother is keeping herself together in a average way. She isn't super breaking down, but you definitely get to sense how outward appearance is a bit stressed. Inside, you can immediately read she is freaking out. The way this is going,
Okay, that makes sense.
not only is Tyron painting an extremely bad image of the Holy Legends currently in this room, and has apparently successfully done so, but also no one is really listening to what she is trying to say and ignoring what she's saying. So every time she speaks, it almost feels like it immediately gets slapped out of the way from Tyron, and that is making her extremely nervous.
Yeah. Ooh, I feel bad doing this then. As it sounded like the Duke was trying to speak up, right, and asking what was going on, right?
Yep.
Okay. I'll kind of, fix my glasses and say, I do think I have an answer for that, actually. I think an answer all of us can probably come to enjoy, actually. We all want something. We all want, a better society for all of us, something better for our people and for ourselves. And we obviously have the tools, as I point to the guy freaking out, huddling. As he just explained, they did research on the crystals, and they are a tool, and nothing else. And a tool is meant to be used by someone who knows how to use it, and it can be misused like a weapon. Weapon can use be protect someone or it can be used to kill. That it completely depends on the wielder. And then I will point toward I want to get the name right. Izarel. You also made some good points. We need to think about the bigger picture here. Not who's doing right or doing wrong, but what we can do to better the situation for everyone. Because right now the problem is for everyone. It's the demons. It's, you know, going to war won't help that. We'll just destroy each other, and that will be completely foolish. We all have history here. All of us. Dwarves, men, elves, everyone. We've all been here for a long time. I think we all want to continue being here. And these crystals can help. So my proposal, jumping on Israfel's, is we do need some sort of group to decide how they should be used. Someone who understands their true potential, and someone with knowledge of how they've been misused in the past, as we've learned from the day the angels cried.
You see the head judge at this point kind of speaks up and says, well, this unfortunately is the largest problem for us of the Holy Lichnius and members of the Nicaea Council. There unfortunately is no one group that we can trust with this task to do. If we allow for the discovery of this information, we will not be able to retract it, and it will be outside forever for people to find. We have been gatekeeping it for a specific purpose, so unruly people do not even get the chance to think about gaining this information. We would be loosening a lot of our laws if we accept this. And we would have to accept something that we all deeply do not understand. And this, I fear, will have very, very dangerous consequences. The Duke kind of speaks up. Well, what they say rings true. However, with the proposition made from Fiera, and I think I could speak for us, the Duchess, it's a moment I should probably mention before, is kind of writing things down, which is why she isn't speaking. She's kind of documenting what is happening here. Thinks that this is a potential agreement that could satisfy both positions. We wouldn't have to break the Nicene Creed. Instead, we could just maybe change some of the laws a little bit. Is that not a possibility, head judges? Well, unfortunately, changing the Nicene Creed is not simple. And as far as I am aware, specifically Eximius Council member, Metropolitan Alfriedrich Septimus, is very keen and strict of not breaking this law, and has been holding it true and faithful for the long years he has lived. You would have to make a deeply good and understanding argument why we wouldn't be risking the entire population of the Saphire Plane by accepting to use elemental chrysalises in a more active and quantitized way.
would there be a way to do this research on neutral grounds? Somewhere where no one has an advantage over someone else, and where, as I've said, as I've propositioned, somewhere where representatives from each nation could assist and see for themselves that research being done, so that we all have the same information coming out and not just hearsay and what we think is done and what they think is done.
Nerio kind of talks up. She says, yes, this is a good point. However, I still believe this is not a sufficient enough argument to convince the Eximius Council member, Friedrich Septimus. As the High Judges have said, once we find out what these chrysalises can do, even if it is on neutral grounds, we have opened a box which we cannot close anymore. And after that, the question would arise, in which way will we then be able to control the use of it? If it truly is indeed as useful as the guild member states, we will have to start implementing them more. Implementing them more means more people will have to know how they work. And the more people know how they work, the more the information spreads. And that is something none of us can control. It is at this point that there's a knock on the door. You can see the Duke, kind of annoyed. His eye twitches a bit. He stands up, puts his chair back, and then kind of goes with a aggressive posture to the door, and it opens it. And you see a little cart and a retainer who is currently trying to deliver drinks. He says, I have here some fine Rotkranstraumwein. And everyone in the room can just immediately see that the Duke is fuming. His fists are clenched and the tension in his body arises. And he says, have you not heard my orders? I can remember that I strictly said that no one was to enter this room unless I say so. Immediately you can see the small half-elven girl shivers down, almost like her spiritual head has been cut off and she has been diminished into a grain of sand, into the presence of the ocean, of the Duke. And she said, I'm extremely sorry. I just took one of the notes that was at the kitchen. I do not care where you got this. I will take you responsible for this happening. And at this point, kind of Tyrone says, whoa, Duke, no need to become more upset. I mean, we've been drinking water, but I wouldn't mind a fine Azathian wine. Duke kind of looks back.
Can I get Teliel's attention quick?
Oh yeah, you don't have to do a roll. He doesn't change physically, he doesn't change anything.
It's hard to read him, yeah.
But you do see that his hands that is clutching his book have opened a bit.
Okay, good. That's all I cared about.
Yeah. The Duke looks back and is still kind of a bit angry, but you know, Tywin is a guest. He says, all right,
Since no, the order, the order, the camels have shifted.
Rip.
Okay.
Oh, now we all shifted around, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
That
maybe
was
not.
Panic every time this happens.
Sorry, technical difficulties kicked me out.
That every week we need something.
Yeah, we need something. It wouldn't be easy.
Sorry, viewers.
Woo! I always get a panic attack when that happens. As I was saying, the Duke kind of looks back and says, "Alright, sure, you can have your wine," but then looks strictly back to the retainer. "But you will feel the consequences of this." And she just kind of silently just walks on the cart, and you can see all under the different beverages. Seem like alcohol set, place it, walks to Tyrone, takes a wine bottle and says, "Yes, sir, fill me an entire cup full." The Duke kind of goes back to sit on a seat and says, "Please, Tyrone, keep this civil. We do not want any drunkards here." "Don't worry, Sir Duke, your eagerty. I can hold my liquor quite well. Plus, your sensible, fine wine is more about the sweet taste. Doesn't have as much alcohol as fine dwarven whiskey does." You can see that the Duke is a bit insulted by it, but just ignores him and sits down as Tyrone takes kind of the glass as it gets poured in, and you can see this very bright yet saturated, which makes it a little bit darker, red wine that is currently being filled in this glass, and says, "But I don't have to be the only one. Anyone else, if they're already here, have a little sip to break the tension?"
If you wouldn't mind, Sir Tyrone, before we start drinking, there are a lot of different opinions around this table, and we all know that one wrong move could end very badly. So if you wouldn't mind, I would like to ask permission around the table to make sure that these drinks have not been tampered with.
You see once again the Duke is a bit insulted.
No offense to you, Duke. I would never think of you specifically. But since this young servant here has received orders from someone in the kitchen that we don't know of, I would like to make sure that yourself and any other guest around doesn't get accused of something that they did not want happening.
Yes, I think it's a fair agreement. I didn't even think about it. I always presumed it would be safe inside of high castle walls, but fair play.
Great. And I'll cast Detect Poison and Disease.
Alright. You cast it, and you do not sense any poison or disease inside of the cups or bottles or the liquor, except if you want to argue alcohol is a kind of poison. Yes, I did say it.
Obviously.
It's all poison.
It's all
And I'll very openly say, I do not sense anything. If anyone would like to check with me. And I just open up my thoughts for anyone around the room.
okay.
Yep. Knowing Arya very well, I'm just blissfully aware that she's probably not the only one that can do that kind of stuff. So I'm just like, yep, just bro me all you want.
Okay. The Duke just kind of nods to her and says, "Well, very fine. It seems like My pride can stay in one piece at least for this very moment. Well, even though I still would prefer not to drink during this occasion, I shall not forbid it if you so wish to, as I know that some people need their nerves calmed by consumption of liquor or other kinds. Kind of looks at Tyrone, and he just kind of then sips his glass and just drinks the whole thing in one gulp. Ah, truly, you make the best wine. Puts the glass back onto the table. Very well, well, if no one else wants to drink, like I said, promise only one cup. The retainer is just kind of shivering there, but as no one says anything, you can see the Duke just give an eye to the retainer, and she just kind of looks at him and then he immediately winces and then runs out of the room, closing the door behind her. And the Duke says, well, I apologize for the disobedience of one of my retainers. This usually never happens, but it seems like something got mixed up inside of the kitchen. I shall look at this later. But it seems
This
like...
is good. This could sound a little paranoid. Can I look around to see if anything entered while that cart was coming or going? Like if there's, is I don't know, something that's hard to see, it's hard to perceive. Is there, is there a ninja? You know?
Is there a ninja? And so well, ask a bit late, but I will allow it. You can make a perception check.
Yeah. No, I just made me paranoid.
12.
May dive out under the cart, you know?
No, it's pretty clear. You would know it would be extremely difficult for someone to run in unnoticed, unless they are either invisible or they are as small as maybe a bug or something like that. But the door wasn't open wide; it was just enough for the retainer to step in. And after that, while the door did stay open for quite some time, it didn't seem like anything obvious went inside. And you also, Teliel has closed his book.
Okay.
Would my passive 22 present this again?
Oh yeah, yeah. No, you also feel extremely like you didn't see or notice anyone come in here or hear anyone step in. Even if an invisible guy was sneaking his way inside of the room, you didn't hear any footsteps. Yeah. Anyone else want to do anything before I continue? Alright. Then Tyrone puts the glass down and says, well, it seems like the only ones who have a problem with these are the holy licheniers. Now, I keenly believe that there are many different ways that we can keep things to ourselves. Even information as important as the usage of elemental chrysalises. Oh, the wine is already getting to me. I apologize. And there is no excuse to not do that. I mean, your power of the Holy Lichenius is solely based and protected by faith. Now, not to be rude, but what the fuck kind of protection system is based on faith? Right? I think if the right people in the right place make the right decisions, we can help the people at large. Am I correct? Kind of looks around the room.
we can use these chrysalises in good ways, right? I know your intentions are pure, your brightness. However, I think the Holy Lichnias have been stuck in their past for far too long. You say you have been protecting us for the past 800 years. Yet still in these 800 years we still get attacked by demons. And even with the Crusades, doesn't seem like they are doing much either. I think it is time for you to recognize that the age of just praying and hoping for faith is over. We have to take matters into our own hands. We cannot just sit here idly talking about theories and how we wish things to be and how everything is going to be dangerous in the future if this and blah 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 blah. This is what prevents us from making progress. Do you not understand? I mean, your daughter clearly has more intellect than you. I apologize, but that is a fact of the matter.
May I say something? I know I'm here more just as a observation and protector of my friend, but I have an idea.
Sure. I would love to hear an idea.
As my dear friend here has said that she believes we should investigate these chrysalises further, but with the Nikan Creed they don't want to because they don't want that knowledge getting out. Now my proposal is, we already have somebody that has a general idea of how they work. What if we had a representative from this very room, so the knowledge stays within this room? We learn more about the chrysalis, we know what they're capable of, and that way we can make a more educated guess and know without a doubt what they're capable of. That way, we're not saying we believe that there could be consequences because they were from the devils. That would allow somebody from the Lichnias to be with us while we're observing these crystals. We have a researcher in the room that already has worked with it, already has a general idea of how it works.
Big sigh from Nevio. The head judges kind of judging and says, one of the biggest problems that I currently see is I am convinced that these chrysalises are indeed very useful and indeed very powerful. I have no doubt about that. In fact, I believe that in this very room, people are hiding the potential of whatever is inside of these chrysalises. I do not wish to probe any deeper, but what I am worried about is anything that can be used for good can also be used for bad. So even if we find out that these chrysalises are indeed useful, nothing is to say that their usefulness can be turned against us. Do you understand?
I understand completely, but it also goes back to, no offense to my Holy Lichness friends over here, but they have the light crystals. That's how they protect and do everything that they do, is they have those. Now, it would be beneficial if we can learn more about every aspect of what they're capable of, so that they're not the only ones with that knowledge.
So you are proposing now that we
give you the informations of the light crystals also?
Not just the light crystals. I'm not asking for the knowledge of those. But if these other crystals can be anything similar in any way, and they can be useful to us, why can't we have a general knowledge of how they work? Just the people in the room. Before we decide that yes, we want to share the crystals with more people in our nation than just the limited that there is now.
Well, then I would like to ask a further question. What will we then do if we find out that they are extremely useful?
If we find out that they're extremely useful,
Yes.
I would assume that we would put strict guidelines on how they can be used and have like a special training program for those that are using them. They're monitored as well, so they're not just openly given.
The problem about monitoring in general, and as a head judge, I deal with this a lot. But there is corruption inside of every system. The Holy Legions, however, has been kept quite clean over the years since we have our own methods of selecting who's allowed to use certain aspects. So, once again, I must remind you, once they are useful and we give them out to other individuals, it leaves this room, and my worry that I have addressed before still remains. People who are not meant to have this knowledge will eventually gain it. When it is out there, I believe there is no way that we will be able to control the flow of information, which is why we prevented of gaining the information in the first place. Now, this once again just sounds like a bunch of hubbub. What this young lady says here is an extremely good plan. We can supervise, and even if it gets leaked out into people who aren't supposed to know it, let's be realistic here. What are they supposed to do with it that could cause detrimental damage to our society? What, they're gonna build more buildings in the evening? We can deal with that. Are they going to go out and start a war against both of us? We would decimate them instantly. There is no reason for us not to utilize them. Any threat that would come from them, we would be stronger in every single way that would diminish this threat immediately. So, I believe there is no reason not to use them. We stay in control. We supervise them. The Nicene Court, the Nicene Council, even the Archbishop himself can keep his head inside of these investigations for all I care. But they will undoubtedly realize that they will know that. They will know that. They will know that. They will know. Excuse me. They will know that. And then he forced limp onto the table.
you see Ananiel opens his book immediately. And the guard of him immediately steps to the side, brandishes its hammer, and then kind of places his body above it, kind of in a protective stance, almost seeing us, everyone in this room counting as a threat. The Duke looks surprised. The Duchess stops writing, kind of looks up. The Minister of Research and Development also is shocked, kind of stands out of the table. And the head judges obviously as well. What is happening? The Duke says. Azathia, you said there was no poison inside of his glass, right?
There shouldn't have been anything within 30 feet of us. So unless he was tampered with before he entered this room, the wine was not the cause.
Someone check on him, please. Right now, no one can leave the room. And you can see him start doing a sigil in the air. You see Neriol also shocked, says, well, if you would allow, I think Telia could maybe help. Maybe it's not too late yet. The guard is kind of still extremely reluctant.
Sure. Check. But I got my eyes on you. Do not trust any one of you.
Just keeps his hand on Tyrone and his hammer on his side, kind of ready. There he says, Telia, if you could check if he can be revived. Kind of just nods, steps over, his book open. You hear nothing. You just see words in the book light up. Light brandishes, illuminates the room slightly. Closes the book. Steps back. Goes to Nerio. Kind of gives a slight nod. It seems like he has passed away. So that's where we're gonna end today's session.
Again.
It's Clue. We're
My
playing Clue.
God!
Who
God!
did it?
Murder mystery.
Oh,
Did it.
Oh. You detected?
I thought I was so smart using that freaking detect poison, and I got bamboozled.
Mm,
That was a
It
extremely
was really smart to do that.
yeah.
plot thickens. This is episode 1.
High stakes.
I thought I had prepared all of the spells that I could use in a diplomatic setting. Like, oh!
That's okay. I felt kind of bad going through Greg and like pushing into his character's mind. Like I felt so bad, but I was just like,
Where's the
you know,
backstory? Where is it?
I was like, there's gonna be something like he needs to share like this so that I could like pass it on to my people.
Oh man,
This is a mess and a half. Jeez.
what is happening already? I like.
For our viewers, Jack is notorious for ending games like this where we just like are dumbfounded.
I mean, you have to, man. Keep them on the toes. That's how it works.
There's a reason we started a second campaign, though. It's because we
mean-
like it.
I guess we like to torture ourselves week after week after week after week.
Yeah, this is. I feel like we're in a tricky situation because we're not even all friends yet, you know?
It still makes it harder. Like we don't know each other yet.
Yeah, I was trying to put things together in my head, how I'm gonna introduce you guys. And I was like, yep, this is the right way.
This is. Yep, just the casual talk. Nothing can go wrong if we all fail with this.
But hey, we have it behind us. The very first session of Celia the New Order. It has commenced. People are exhausted mentally, including myself. People are surprised.
Yeah, I'm glad nobody's playing like a barbarian. That would have been torture, literally all session.
Oh my god.
Oh, they just keep talking. Ah.
Break the table.
Be friends, jeez. That's
Smash,
cool.
smash.
I'm pumped.
Oh man.
As you can tell, my character likes inside checks.
Yeah, a lot of
It's a good check.
Yeah, it's good. Handy to have somebody that can do that.
Yeah. Okay, I guess. Or at least I should stop recording and say, I guess, thank you to the people who are watching this. I always still feel extremely awkward when doing this, but I will have to overcome my awkwardness. And hopefully... Oh! Before I forget, I guess we can decide this on the spot. Because we need a name for our YouTube channel where we can upload this.
Oof.
And we will do it right now, right here. Session 1.
Oof.
And the people will know too that it was made here.
Organic.
Yeah.
We just call it Celia the New Order.
Yeah, well, what if another TPK happens and then I have to rename everything? Not saying it will, but...
I mean, no, Saphire Plane is more of a. So what if we go to another world? What's just a good old DnD group name?
Let's go to the generator.
No!
When in doubt.
No,
Wow,
I
came
cannot.
with our last group name.
We spent like 10 minutes just.
Oh god, that took so long.
My god.
I'm so bad at names.
We should have been thinking about this. We had time to think about this, guys.
But no one was thinking about this. I am disappointed. I am deeply, deeply disappointed.
We can always change it too, I assume. It doesn't
Nope.
have to be,
No, it has to
this
be
name or nothing.
Yep, first name or nothing. That's how we're gonna roll, man. This is how it's going to roll. Maybe this is the name. This is how it's going to roll.
Oh, you got my vote. I
Yeah.
don't want to think anymore.
I like it.
I have
Or
to think
that's
about a
how we
murder
roll.
mystery.
That's how we roll.
That's how
Yep.
we roll. Damn, that is a good
That's how we
name.
roll.
That's how we roll. Oh,
There you go.
even though
Boom.
I do kind of always find it a bit cringy if it's like the like roll in the name, like critical role stuff like that. I always find that was a bit like, oh, look at this cute D&D group. But if you
I mean,
want
there's a reason why people do it, though.
Yeah. I think it's different enough for sure.
yeah, that's how we roll. It is a bit long, admittedly. To be fair.
You can
Well-
make it let's roll.
That sounds a little corny, but I do like it.
That's all, yeah. Okay, let's first brainstorm before we literally dive into the first idea that pops into our minds.
Agents of Roll.
Agents of Roll.
Agents of Jack.
That'd be so random. I'd feel honored, but a bit awkward. I mean, we could go with how I call the Discord channel Vagrant Board. But that is very insider only to us, which is why I think that probably wouldn't track very good.
You also gotta think like names that like if people search like to get things to pop up.
Uh,
Yeah, that's probably why everyone has D&D in their name, because
That kind of helps.
yeah.
Oh god, I'm not good at this. I need inspiration. I'm looking for inspiration here.
Man.
Virtual rollers.
Virtual rollers. So I mean, we could never have a in-game life.
It would be kind of hard.
We'd have to go through a lot to make that happen.
Yeah. I'm just saying.
That would take a lot of effort, yeah.
No!
Uh-oh.
The order once again! Ah! Curse! Curse!
Get booted again?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What the heck?
You have to turn on your camera, otherwise the order is still disturbed. Yes. Now I.
How about
So-
How about like role players versus Jack?
Sounds so terrible. I'm so mad.
I hate it and I love it at the same time.
It could mean a couple things.
Yeah, it's like
Or role players against Jack.
Gangs Jack. Sounds like I'm a freaking killer.
He's the end game boss, guys.
He's the game.
Literally, he is literally the end game boss in every campaign.
You don't know, maybe one of you is playing a villain secretly.
Ooh,
Oh gosh.
who would do that? That sounds silly.
I don't know.
None of us have secrets, obviously, especially.
Oh, of
like,
course
hey,
not.
No, definitely not. Definitely not.
Secret.
Could be the Inquisition.
Ooh, that is pretty dope. Yeah, but I'm thinking like for abbreviations for D&D, like
Down to dance.
wait, what? I was like maybe
Oh, down to roll.
ooh, down to roll isn't bad. I actually like that. It is an abbreviation, but
Oh, you could do like DDR.
No, we need a PG.
That is PG if you don't think about it.
No. I just mean we need so.
wait,
Never mind.
wait, I didn't get the joke. What is DDR?
It's just close to something else.
So I did Dungeons, Dragons, roll, and then if you have a PG, it's role playing game. That's how my brain was like. But it doesn't make as much sense when I say it out loud.
Maybe
Down the role play.
I'm desperate to roleplay.
Like my brain's in the gutter now.
I was thinking maybe like desperate and desolate for D&D.
That's so sad.
My God, that's oh
Oof. Might be a little dark, I won't lie.
yeah.
I mean, is this campaign anything other than desperate and desolate?
Dice Slayers. Dice the Dice Inquisition, the Dice oof. Yeah, I think I'm out. My brain's done.
I mean, like, I am absolutely not useful because the only thing that has popped into my brain is chaotic stupid.
Add that to the list. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that. I like that. That might be the top
I
one.
love it so much.
Chaotic stupid, a D&D adventure.
Dun, dun.
Like, our name could be chaotic stupid and our motto, like, the catchphrase is a D&D adventure. That is
I like
the
it.
only thing my brain
it.
has thought of.
You know,
That is absolutely amazing.
good?
it grew on me. I kind of dig it.
The second you said it.
Yeah. Everything else went
Oh.
away, and that's it now.
I think that might be it, Jack.
Well, the chaotic stupid crew, we will be.
I mean, chaos reigns in our sessions, literally. It's technical chaos, brain chaos,
Yeah.
game chaos.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's very true.
Your cat chaos.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
Our life
great.
Back
chaos.
there in the background that looks like a
Oh,
skull.
so chaos. That speaks chaos right there. Look at
Yeah.
This looks like a skull in the background. Just for our viewers, right there.
Yeah.
That stuff. See, he doesn't even
He's
move.
done.
Yeah. Yeah. They don't see him on the actual thing because it's squared and
Oh.
it's
Oh,
cropped out. Okay, I can just move you. That's too much effort. I won't do it. I'm afraid that I will mess up. I'm too afraid. Okay, then.
Chaotic stupid.
We're reading it in. It's chaotic stupid. There it is.
Do
I
it.
can't believe it. People will join thinking this is gonna be like a super happy and chaotic campaign, and they're like, oh shit. Oh shit, this is.
See, it fits with the name because it literally makes no sense, but it
Yeah.
also represents us so well.
Yep.
In the best way possible.
Oh, absolutely.
Ooh, can we actually. Can two YouTubers have the same name?
Uh-oh.
Oh, does
Shit,
it
I don't
exist?
know.
Yeah, I'm just asking.
Does it exist? Let me
Probably.
check. Let me check.
We should probably check.
please do, because last time I tried to like look to see what was when I typed in DnD, it was like
The only thing I see from Chaotic Stupid are montages of like
Oh, like playlists and stuff?
playlist, yeah,
Yep.
like playlists of clips and stuff from different groups.
Great.
So
Oh,
the
no.
name doesn't exist.
I
D&D,
see-
how
I see
not to
one.
be chaotic stupid. That's so funny.
Oh shit.
I see
Yeah.
one, actually. Chaotic stupid.
Oh, there's a bunch. There
Yeah.
are.
Well,
there's
I mean,
dozens.
they're all just like
Yeah, it's fine then. If there's this many with the same name, then
Then it's... Oh, bye again.
goodbye.
God dang.
It also just means that someone might already be searching for that name.
there you go, and they'll get us.
Okay.
I mean, I see like when I search Chaotic Stupid on YouTube directly, what I see is a playlist of Exandria,
Oh, yeah.
it's thing Chaotic Stupid the series. There's like a guy talking about like, are you a chaotic stupid player? And then it's just like more montages and clips and stuff. But there's no.
Well, there are channels, but
I-
you must be able to have the same name if you just sort by channels on YouTube.
I see one channel and it has 15 subscribers.
Nice. I created it, so there's no problem
There we
there.
go.
There you
Very
go.
stupid. We should eventually have a picture. For now, I guess I will put a picture of. I'm distracted. What the fuck is it? Picture, profile picture. Do you want Skid's clown picture?
no.
Ooh,
Oh god.
That would scare people.
That is.
might be a little
yeah.
dark.
It should just be Jack's face.
Oh, my face.
Yeah, it should be your emoji.
Okay.
Oh yeah, we have emojis, right?
Yeah, we do.
Then I was thinking of Skid's emoji because hers is literally what I imagine. I don't know what my face is again. What was I doing?
When you accidentally TPK your party.
Yeah.
If I don't remember how it looks like. God, where did I save it?
Your face is just like
looks like this.
Okay. Goddamn. Okay. Well, I won't have to do the profile picture during the recording. I think we can end the recording now. There you have it. We got a name. Look out for my face. This face. I don't know which expression I'm making. I think I'm doing this one.
Yep. That's
Something like that. Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, I can remember it. I got keen mind, boys. Anyways, hopefully we will keep this consistent, and we'll see you guys next week. Say your goodbyes, quick.